Does anyone want to say a few words?
Good morning, Councilmember Harris. Good morning, members of the public. Just thank you for the opportunity. As you know, it is a rough job, and we take 1.2 million calls, and every single one of them is that caller's possible worst day of their life. I did some stats the other day, and a call taker per 12-hour shift takes an average of 200 calls every shift. And so it is definitely a job that is difficult, but we're gladiators, as I call them, and we come to work every day. We show up. And so thank you for this opportunity today.
No, I'm happy to see you all. And happy to see you out of the call center. So I think it's a good thing. Councilmember Green, would you like to say a few words?
I certainly want to just say thank you for the work that you do. I've recognized some faces here, especially to the far right. I appreciate the work that you all do. And sometimes when I look at the numbers and I see 360,000 calls a year, it doesn't seem like it's a real number, but I know it's a real number because unfortunately, many times I'm telling people, you don't call 911 for everything. But it seems that you all get all of those calls and you handle them well. I mean, when you look at it in terms of statistics, that many calls that you all have to handle, dispatching personnel to the scenes in an appropriate manner. I know that there might be sometimes challenges, but it could be a whole lot worse if you all weren't so committed to public safety as you are. And I appreciate the work of all of you all. And my tour of the center also revealed to me some things that I didn't know, that during storms, for example, you might be sleeping on a floor, or there's no special accommodations for children, for example. A lot of those things are changing, and I'm glad that those things are changing. But thank you for your work in behalf of the public and behalf of the citizens of our city. It makes a difference.
Thank you. And just as a personal story, right before I decided to run for the seat, I was in a road rage incident where somebody literally followed me home and was banging on my car window, I don't know what he was trying to do, but I called 911 and somebody answered, a woman, and stayed on the phone with me while they dispatched an OPD. And it was just, you stayed on the phone with me. I don't know who it was, but kept me calm while NOPD responded. And again, I just want to thank you. So with that, I'll present the proclamation. It says, be it proclaimed that the city of New Orleans, by the city of New Orleans, that council recognizes New Orleans 911 emergency communications professionals in honor of your commitment to making this community a better and safer place. Your work has protected countless lives and families and deserves recognition every day, but especially during National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. And we thank you for your daily heroism. So I just want to personally thank you for all that you do. Let's take a picture, Councilmember.
Right. Absolutely. And I do want to take an opportunity to recognize former council member Jared Brosette. Thank you for your continued work in the government sector.
All right, you ready? Got it. Thank you. No. And for everything.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. As you know, before we start our council meetings, we do proclamations to honor different groups or individuals here in the city of New Orleans. And so that's what we're going to get started now. I'm going to start with honoring someone who's been in the TV news business for quite some time, and that's Mr. Keith Esparros. Keith, why don't you come on up to the hot seat here? Come on up, Keith. Let me tell everyone a little bit about Keith Esparros. Keith is wherever you'd like. You pick whatever seat you'd like. Keith is the executive news director at WWL-TV. He's a New Orleans native, born and raised in Gentilly, and educated at Brother Martin High School and Loyola University, where he graduated in 1981 with a degree in journalism. He's a 43-year veteran of the broadcast industry. Mr. Esparros began his career at WWL-TV, coming up in the ranks from first starting out as a receptionist. I did not know that. That's amazing. Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. And then working all your way up to then being an executive producer 11 years later. And you worked with so many unbelievable legends, Garland Robinette, Angela Hill, of course, and many others, Jim Henderson. I'm just kind of like thinking off the top of my head of who you worked with, Karen Swenson, and I can go on and on and on. So you did take a little bit of a stint and headed off to California for a little bit, where you were an executive producer at KCAL TV in Los Angeles. And you covered major stories such as the LA riots, the Northridge earthquake, the O.J. Simpson trial, which we, of course, all watched around the country. And then you headed back to lead the news operations at WVUE-TV. The West Coast then called again, and then you went back to Los Angeles, it looks like, and then you returned back to New Orleans to be at WWL-TV. Under Mr. Esparros' leadership, WWL-TV made bold investments in diversifying its people and its offerings. Mr. Esparros beamed with pride when the station and anchor, Charisse Gibson, received the first National Murrow Award for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for their program, The Talk. And the same year, the newsroom was awarded with the National Murrow Award for Digital Presence in News. That's awesome. I didn't know that. The council, of course, wishes you all the very best. It's been a pleasure knowing you for so many years. I knew about you when I was in TV news, I didn't really get to know you until after I was out of TV news. And I think the first time I actually had an in-depth conversation with you is when you and I ended up running together
Was that
at a fun run that I
CF?
yeah, for you, that's right, for UNCF and at Audubon Park. And I tried to keep up with you as much as I could, you know?
No, I really needed you to stop talking while we were running. That was really interfering with my breathing. Unfortunately, I think the same thing happened to you at some
No
point.
doubt, no doubt. We were both a little out of shape and out of breath, no doubt. Well, look, Keith, I just wanted to bring you here to honor you for all your years of service in the TV news industry here in New Orleans. You've certainly been a mentor and really brought up many unbelievable journalists through the process, and really not just journalists, but also those who are working behind the scenes in the business as well, who are not as often recognized, but certainly a critical part in putting the overall product together. So thank you for your work. Thank you to WWL TV for always being there to cover the big stories and for also highlighting the good things that are happening in our city, because so often the bad stuff gets so much attention and the good stuff gets forgotten. So we appreciate WWL TV for the attention to the good things and the good people in our city as well. Congratulations to you. We wish you all the very best. I know other council members want to make some comments. I'll start with Councilmember Green and move down the line.
Mr. Esparros, congratulations to you on your many years with WWL, and I wish you the best as you move to another stage of your career. I'm sure that you'll continue to be very busy. I don't know you personally because you're kind of behind the scenes, but I certainly know a number of people associated with WWL. And over the years, I've had an opportunity to work with them in professional capacities. And I appreciate the work that WWL does to enhance our city, to report the news to our citizens that they need to know, and also to have special features as you do that highlight the very positive things in our city. So as you move forward, just thank you for the work that you've done. And as you move forward, congratulations and continue to do great work as you've done. Looking forward to seeing you again in some capacities right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We grew up in your district, so
Okay.
we want you to.
What street, what area were you?
We were on Rapides Drive, so it's near where Holy Cross is
Yes,
now.
absolutely.
When I was a kid, that was St. Joseph's Academy.
All right.
And
District D in the house. Good job. Good to see you.
Council President Morrell.
I'll be brief because part of giving these accolades to people that are moving on is that I feel like we're keeping you here too long when you want to be going somewhere else. I appreciate all the work you've done. As many of us know who especially get to know TV stations and their viewership whenever you're buying political ads. And I can tell you that in my 15 years in elected office, WWL has always been top of the market. And it really is a testament to the fact that the effort y'all go through to break news, to make sure the facts are correct, to build that confidence with viewers who know that they can trust what you're saying and they look to you as their news source. And I certainly would love to say that I've appreciated our working relationship with WWL and the regular other stations across the city, in that they work so diligently to have people informed about the good and bad things in government, which it's important you report the good and bad, because if you don't only report the good, it leaves people wondering, why aren't you reporting the bad? So I appreciate all the work you've done. Appreciate working with you. Look forward to your next stage.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Council
Jerusa.
President.
Thank you. Hey, Keith, I'm over here. I'm always on the little island. Well, first of all, thank you so much for being here. Two things. One, you went to Brother Martin, Eugene went to St. Aug, Freddie went to Shaw, I went to Jesuits. We almost have the whole Catholic League represented here today. So thank you for all of your hard work. And I don't think anybody said this, but I don't know how you felt, but reading Sharice's post about what you meant to her, I think is so telling. It's one thing sort of when your collaterals say nice things about you and how important that is, but when somebody has worked with you and you've obviously been a mentor to so many people, to see that memorialized and how she felt about you, both on a personal and professional level, I think says so much about you and the job that you did at WWL. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks, Councilman.
Keith, the floor is yours.
Look, I don't want to take up too much time here. Look, I've been very fortunate, and especially to end my career at the place where I began was unexpected, to say the least, but it's great. And look, I know there are times that things we report about the city and the council that you guys love. I think there's sometimes we report things that you guys don't like so much. But I do think that both the work that you do and the work that we do are really toward the same goal. And I know everybody up there loves the city, and we do too at the television station, and we're all trying to make it a better place. You, us, and let's just hope that sometimes the little friction that occurs is quickly forgotten.
Thank you, Keith. Well, let me read the proclamation. It says, be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the council recognizes Mr. Keith Esparros for his steady and thoughtful leadership.
I don't mean to intervene, but I
executive-
apologize for being late and so if you don't mind.
Yeah, let me finish reading the
Yeah,
proclamation and then I'll send it over to you.
Most
Okay.
definitely.
And thoughtful leadership as executive news director at WWL TV. The council congratulates Mr. Esparros on his tremendous career and wishes him the very best of luck in his next chapter. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Lane. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Thomas.
And I definitely apologize for interrupting. Hey, man, you know how I feel about you and many of the people you work with. We work together in terms of being a resource for stories, and many of your staff has come on the Good Morning Show to share their stories and highlight their stories. So, as a professional, I think you've carved out your path and you've paved the way for a lot. The one thing I've noticed about working with you was your commitment to diversity, your commitment to stories that matter. And one of the most important things about what you've done as a news director is the stories you didn't do. That's real, especially in an age that we're in right now, because first of all, you didn't think they were fair or important to the overall society. And I think people need to know that. But as good a newsman as you were, and as good as you were, my father always had two words for people like Keith Esparros. And when Todd called me about a month or so ago about making sure that you had your day here, the one thing we talked about was that the two words my father used that fit people like you are just good people. And you've always just been good people. We appreciate you, man.
It really has been an honor. It really has.
All right, Keith, we'll put you right in the middle, take some pictures with you and send you on your way. Thanks. Sorry.
You can keep, we're gonna do one more. One more. Maybe I'll send them, yes. Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Should be a packet on there. On one of the insides. No, it's gonna be in one of the. Thank you.
Mind me singing? I was here. I'm so glad I am a purple knight. I'm so glad I am a purple knight. I'm so glad I am a purple knight, singing glory, hallelujah. I am a purple knight. Congratulations.
All right, Eugene, on that one, you actually really did hit the mark. That was awesome. That was awesome. So I wanted to recognize Dwayne Champ.
Thank you.
Dwayne Champ Johnson, who's a senior at St. Aug, as you all can tell by the
Right.
song that was provided for his entrance. And come on down, Mom. Good to see you.
I'm a freshman.
Oh, nice to see you. Nice to see you. So, okay. Dwayne is an amazing gymnast. And when I learned about his accomplishments, I was absolutely blown away. So, he's a level 9 gymnast, and Dwayne started in competitive gymnastics in 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
He won all-around state champion each year since that time, except for 2019, due to the COVID pandemic, and 2020 due to injuries. During those years, though, Dwayne still competed, winning several titles up until the state competition. Dwayne won his first regional all-around title this year among competitors representing Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. And this competition was in Lubbock, Texas. Is that right? All right. And now he's been invited to join the Region 3 elite team in 2023. Okay, listen to this, y'all. Dwayne is the recipient of more than 200 medals, building on his remarkable collection after an impressive showing at the USAG Louisiana meeting earlier in March. After a tremendous showing, Dwayne will be competing for a national title now.
Yeah.
In Galveston, Texas on April 28th, 2023, where he will represent St. Aug, his friends and family, and of course, represent the city of New Orleans as well. We are so excited for you, and we wish you the absolute very best luck. And we're so proud of you, and want to learn more about what it really took to get to where you are today.
Took a lot of work, and it's a very gymnastics is a very physical and mental beat down type of sport. But if you really like it, you'll keep going, and with anything that you do. So you really just have to keep going and going. And yeah.
Who do you have with you?
This is my mom.
Hey, Mom, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name is Cedra King. I'm Dwayne's mom.
And
I'm
so
proud.
I know. Well, let's just call him Champ. So being Champ's mom, tell me about what you've seen in him as he's progressed in gymnastics.
Well, Dwayne is I call him the champ because most of the things that he does, he accomplished. Most of the things he set out to do, he accomplished. He perseveres through 20 hours a week of gymnastics. He's going to St. Augustine. He's just a really nice kid. He's taken a lot of hard work. Our coaches, our families here. It's been a journey that I'm so excited and proud of him. I'm excited to be with him today.
That's wonderful.
Proud mom.
So one of the things that the city council really prioritizes is highlighting our young people here in our city. And Dwayne is certainly one of the exceptional young people who we have in our city, who is a leader and someone who it just inspires young people to just be successful and be awesome as you are. I'm going to go down the line. I know others want to say congratulations to you as well. I'll start this time on this side with Councilmember Jeruso and move down the line.
I mean, I'd say two things. Number one, 20 hours a week in addition to all of your schoolwork and everything else. It's a serious commitment. My daughters swim a little bit. It is not 20 hours a week. And I think 200 medals is an incredible accomplishment.
Thank you.
And I think the best thing for that is it shows the level of commitment that you have to what you're doing and how obviously you love what you're doing. The passion's there, but you got to have the process to be successful, and you're fully engaged in the process. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
congratulations. I think you said something that was really profound. If you love what you do, then you just keep doing it.
Right.
And that's something that we all need, no matter who we are, we all need to take to heart. To mom, I mean, he couldn't be who he is without you. I understand the need and having a strong mother to really push you and to see talent. And so we need more mothers like you who really are supportive. I can just see you beaming with pride, and it's just beautiful to see. So congratulations to you as well. And we look forward to seeing your accomplishments in the future.
Thank you.
Council President Morrell.
I'm going to be brief because Eugene is going to take up time before people. But I just want to say, Champ, Mom, the level of commitment you have to your craft is certainly admirable and something that we should all aspire to with anything we do in life. But you will go far in life just because of your dedication and commitment in this one area. No matter what you decide to do going forward, whether it be an Olympic gymnast or a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, that level of commitment and that ability to focus, that is very, very rare. Very, very rare among young people in any country in the entire world. So I'm so glad you're from here. It's okay, I guess you went to St. Aug, but we are so proud of you, young man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
I can't, we definitely gotta let the purple go after. To our rock, our local rock, man. God bless you for what you're doing to your mother. What a blessing to have such a magnificent young man. Keep doing what you're doing. This is only the beginning, and keep tossing and tumbling and figuring it out, man. We appreciate you, but you're the New Orleans rock, man. God bless you.
Thank you.
Can I ask the purple and gold in the audience to stand for a second? Look at the family and support. Give yourselves a round of applause. Now, my fellow council members are going to actually be surprised. I'm going to keep my remarks to within a minute,
Okay.
even though I'm talking about the great St. Augustine High School. But congratulations, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
I kind of know what you've gone through in terms of the practice that's necessary because my daughter was a gymnast. My daughter was actually the state champion and went to the national tournament in Jackson and then went on to LSU after she finished at Ben
Nice.
Franklin. She participated with the Elmwood Gymnastics Academy. So I saw her at the gym, all of the practice that she had to do, all of the consistent practice every day, maybe
Yeah.
except for Sundays most time. But she also had a real motivation, as I see that you have too.
Right.
Look, I might find a way to see you there in Galveston on the 28th, because that's so exciting to be participating and to be witnessing another national tournament. But I do want to thank you for representing the school so well and representing the youth of the city of New Orleans so well.
Thank
A
you.
very difficult sport that requires a lot of attention, and you're doing well, and you're a freshman.
Yes, sir.
What an incredible career you have ahead of you.
Yeah.
And I want to also thank you for being a trailblazer, because we're not known as much at St. Aug Gymnastics. And I think that you are going to set the space for us to have a lot more involvement with the gymnastics as a career, if you will, and also as a sport. So thank you for all that you do. And in behalf of all of the parents and the representatives who are here from St. Augustine High School, in behalf of our citizens too, thank you. Represent well. No matter how well you do there, you've already represented us well. And whatever you do on that day on the 28th is just added to the greatness that you've already exhibited and what you've done for our city to enhance the way that we feel. So congratulations. Keep it up. I'll look forward to seeing you more often. Go purple. Go purple.
Oh,
All right, Dwayne, let me read the proclamation out to you. Be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the council celebrates Dwayne Johnson Jr. for his stellar representation on behalf of St. Augustine High School and Gymnastics. The city council beams with pride at your accomplishments and wishes you the very best of luck at the nationals. Congratulations.
thank
to
you. Thank you.
We'll come down here to take photographs.
That wasn't too much spotlight. I do my best. Yeah, so this is mine. Look at you, perfect. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's already the fun. Got it. Perfect. I'll do the front.
All right. We got another proclamation to do. All right. Good morning. Amy, I don't know if you can tell, but this is my YLC tie. I wore it for you this morning. I want to welcome Amy and Sherwood Collins here, who are the founders of Beignet Fest. And we have a proclamation for Beignet Fest Foundation. I can talk about sort of the work that you all are doing, but I think it's better if it comes from you. So I want to turn it over to you to describe how Beignet Fest got started, the purposes of Beignet Fest, and next steps, and we'll take it from there. Good morning.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Giarrusso, and to the rest of the council members. Beignet Fest, the foundation was started back in 2015 as a way to help bring different programs and support programs around the area that help out kids on the autism spectrum with other developmental delays. And it came about from our journey as husband and wife trying to raise autistic youth. Our son, our oldest son, is on the autism spectrum. So we kind of dedicated through our meeting point and our kind of genesis of doing Wednesdays at the square through the YLC. We decided that we'd start our own festival because we had kind of a good idea of how to do that. And so as it's come around, we've had the festival started in 2016. And aside from the 2 years during COVID, we've had one annually in late September, early October. And so we've been really proud of the different programs that we've been able to fund, including after school painting programs with the YMCA. We've done first responder training, helped to provide diagnosis kits for local hospitals. And most recently from our last festival this past September, we've helped fund a autistic and inclusive sailing camp that will take place at the Community Sailing New Orleans. We are also funding training for all of the swim instructors at the local YMCAs to be trained and certified in adaptive swim lessons. And one of our biggest things is last week we've unveiled a new sensory activation vehicle trailer that we can bring to local events for individuals who may become overwhelmed through all the sights and smells and wonderful celebrations that we have. Sometimes it's a little bit too much for people. So now we have a kind of mobile room that we can bring to different events around the city and the area to help them kind of have a space to quiet down for a bit, get calm and reset so that they can enjoy these different cultural events for much longer. So we're very excited about doing this, and we appreciate this proclamation during Autism Acceptance Month so that we can better expand on the different opportunities that we're able to bring not only now, but in the future.
Well, I just want to say, while we talk always about being inclusive in the city, I think it means inclusiveness across the board. And I don't think you can understate for people who have autism what it might be like to be able to have a trailer, a place where you can take a break from all the stimulation. We love festivals, we love loud noise, we love music, but sometimes that's too much for some people. And the ability to take that step back, I think, is incredibly important. Thank you all for leading on this. I'm going to go down the line in case my colleagues have anything they want to say very quickly, and we'll go from there.
Well, congratulations on past Beignet Fest, and I'm looking forward to the upcoming one. Thank you.
Appreciate all the work and everything y'all do to make anything more inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just echo the sentiments of fellow council members. Thank you for the work that you do. It's so important in our society and it helps so many people. We appreciate the fact that you give time in such an important area. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being a blessing to our community. Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll come down and present the proclamation and take a photo with you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
We'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge one of the great culture bears, actors, entertainers, thespians, directors, writers, and any other positive label you want to add to one of our great creative souls. And he's accompanied by one of the great jurists and one of the great elected officials to also serve this community. Lance Nichols, of course, is the person we're honoring, and Judge Ellen Hazua is the person who thought enough of this talented young man that we should, especially for what he's pulling off right now in that one-man play, which is August Wilson's How I Learned What I Learned. It's our opportunity, Lance, to give you your flowers while you're here, but also recognize you as one of the leaders in our cultural entertainment community. Councilmember, Judge Azur, anything you want to say before we let Mr. Nichols say a few words?
Sure. I'm delighted to be here with my good friend Lance Nichols. He is a New Orleans treasure. And Councilman, we want to thank you for taking the time to honor him. You know what it says about a prophet in their own land not being recognized. But Lance has been touring, starring in a tour de force, one-man August Wilson play, How I Learned What I Learned. He will be opening in New Orleans tonight at La Petite Theater. And so it is extra exciting to be here to accompany him. And as a matter of trivia, I believe both of you gentlemen were acting in the Treme series at the same time, right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so there's
We were.
talent on both sides of this dais, okay?
I even have a better story, is that I was up for the lead in a major play that was done a few years ago. And because of conflict, they were so happy that I couldn't do it. That they got one of the most renowned local actors to do that. And Lance, I thought I'd never have a chance to say this. Thanks for filling in for me, bro.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Nichols.
I want to thank the council and Judge Hazer for having me here today. But I wanted to say to this councilman here, I heard your Purple Night song and I appreciate that, but I want to say, I'm so glad I went to 35. I'm so glad
Did he plant that?
I went to 35. I'm so glad I went to 35.
I went to Cologne.
Singing glory, hallelujah.
I went to Cologne.
I went to 35.
Right. And Lance, 35 and St. Aug happen to both be located in District D, so I'm.
That's true. Thank you. It is an honor to be here in the council chambers today. I'm a local boy, did all my schooling here in New Orleans, moved to Los Angeles in 1978 and stayed out there 24 years, perfecting my craft. Because I had elderly parents, that brought me back home in 2002, my wife and I. My wife's from here. She's a Treme girl, but I met her in LA. So God definitely has a sense of humor.
Yeah.
We came back in 2002 to help take care of our parents. Unbeknownst to me, the month and the year that we moved back, which was July of 2002, is when the state instituted the tax credits to bring the entertainment industry here. So the industry followed me back home. And as a result, I've been able to make a living here in the Southeast market. I've never had to go back to Los Angeles in 25 years, and I consider that to be a blessing. So I'm stepping into the shoes of a very great playwright, August Wilson. Some of you are probably familiar with his work. The man wrote 10 wonderful plays, part of the Century Cycle, or also called the Pittsburgh Cycle. 2 of his plays were turned into movies, Fences and Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, and his 3rd one is about to be turned into a movie, The Piano Lesson. But this is his autobiography that he wrote. He was the first person to perform it in 2003. And there's only been a handful of actors who've been able to reprise this role. And I thank God that I'm one of them. And I urge you to come out because you will be in for a journey. And thank you again.
Well, first of all, thank you, and we appreciate your work. I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food, festivals, famous citizens, and visitors. Whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be proclaimed by the city council of New Orleans that we recognize the great Lance Nichols in his recognition for his one-man performance of How I Learned What I Learned by August Wilson. And it's signed by all council members. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you
bless you.
very much. Thank you.
No, I don't think there's any other comment.
Is it me or Madam Clerk? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, Council President, I know time is of the essence. We're here to acknowledge and honor two of the great minds of our time, and to the family members. I think it's especially important now because there's so many questions about our youth. There's so many questions about their contributions. And too often, the youth that recommend something this mainstream society wants to take advantage of doesn't represent what Nikia Jackson and Kelsey Johnson represent. Now, did I say the name right?
No. I'm Kelsey Johnson. And
Kelsey.
My name is Nikia Jackson.
Nikia
Jackson.
Jackson, yeah. And
Kelsey.
and Kelsey with a C, and Kelsey Johnson. But too often, the images that we see on mainstream media and the images that we see from people who are not from our community would rather highlight those folk that are doing something negative. But to give meaning to the Pythagorean theorem is something that hadn't been done since the early 1600s. I think it was when the initial solution was formed. So thank you guys. And we are under time constraints, so we're not going to hear from all council members based on our council president. But if we could hear from you two young ladies, announce who you are, say your name right, so the way, like I did, and tell us why you took on this project.
Well, I'm Kelsey Johnson. I'm a senior at St. Mary's Academy. And the reason I took this on, it wasn't meant to turn out like this. It was just supposed to be a bonus question for our math contest. And then it just kind of skyrocketed. But I did the bonus question because I thought, well, it says impossible, but I want to try it. You know, I think like when I see impossible, I just see like they're challenging me to do it. So that's kind of why I took it on.
Ms. Jackson.
And my name is Nikiah Jackson. So it's really the same for me. It started with the bonus question. I decided to do it because I thought it would be interesting.
Okay.
That's really all there is to it.
Okay. And the parent?
I'm Pam Rogers, and I am the president of St. Mary's
Yeah,
Academy.
yeah.
I'm not a vocalist,
No,
but
no,
we're
there
happy.
were women in my family.
All right.
I know that.
And many in the audience.
And many know.
But we are very proud of them, and they continue to remain spiritually grounded, academically focused, and they give service, which are the three things that we teach at St. Mary's. So we're extremely proud of them, and thank you for the opportunity. The mother of Kelsey Johnson is on.
Yes.
We thank you for this opportunity, but I'd also like to thank St. Mary's. Kelsey has been there since first grade, and they're a hidden jewel in New Orleans East.
Any other members of the day?
I'm Jessica Jackson, Nikiah Jackson's aunt, and very proud and honored that she's at St. Mary's Academy.
Thank you. I want to just really echo what the mother said. I think it solidifies that our educational institutions, especially historical African-American education institutions, who get a bad rap, don't have to take a back seat to anyone. I think too often we're talking ourselves out of sending our kids to institutions that have been the academic and the intellectual foundation of our community. It doesn't mean that they have all the resources and all the money and the richest and most powerful alumni. But what it does mean is it has people who care, people who can educate, and people who are as smart as anybody else academically in this world. And you guys prove that. I would hope that a campaign and an effort will be built around what you guys have done at an all-Black Christian school for young girls to show that you can get it there, just like you can get it some of these other places that get more attention and more resources. Thank you all for being trailblazers, not just for this theorem, but being trailblazers for what we're hoping we consider education and where we get educated moving forward. Anything y'all want to add as we close?
I just want to add in that all of this is because, well, our motto at St. Mary's is no excellence without hard labor. So we really live by that. And thank you all, council, for having us here and honoring us.
Thank you, guys. We'll make the presentation.
Sure.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. All right. There you go. Oh, so you don't move? Not here. Okay, I get you to in the conference.
Just get bad and become one all the three of
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to start it with the regular meeting. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we can get started whenever you're ready.
We haven't done it yet.
Roll call. Councilmember Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Green,
Present.
Councilmember Morrell,
Here.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember King, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Jeruso. We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First, we'll begin with the invocation by Dr. Sarah Aldeir of Xavier University of Louisiana.
I'll stand. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the generous opportunity to speak to you this morning, particularly for those who so generously serve us. I graduated from Xavier University, but I will not be singing my alma mater because I cannot possibly follow the vocals of the councilmen. So I'm happy to come here from Xavier. I just want to point out that the month of April represents the end of the month of fasting for the Muslims, and hopefully this is our last day for fasting. It also represents the celebration of Passover for our Jewish brethren and the conclusion of Lent and the celebration of Easter for our Christian family. All 3 of these holidays represent the reward of patience through trial, overcome by faith and self-discipline. And no city in the United States can better speak to triumph through diversity and the strengthening of community via resilience than New Orleans. So therefore, let us gather to ask for the humble preservation of the lessons that we have learned from this month. And you could either bow your heads to pray or just take an opportunity to be silent for a moment. So I'm going to begin with the Muslim prayer of in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. We ask for you to grant opportunities for silent contemplation, so those who are here representing the voices of our brothers and sisters can hear those voices they were chosen to speak for. We ask for your compassionate wisdom, so we can also hear the voices of those who are voiceless. We ask for your comforting protection of those who protect us, from our first responders to our veterans. We ask for the wisdom of reflection as we gather to preserve the resilient beauty of our community and our city. For through knowledge and preservation of the truths of our past, do we move toward a future of progress. And we ask for your merciful justice so that we may correct any transgressions of our past and have the insight to learn from them. We ask for your wisdom to be shared through the selfless dedication of the educators in our city. And we ask for our community, our neighborhood, and our city to continue to unite and accomplish these goals we have set for ourselves. May the Creator bless each individual for our contributions and as a community as we move forward to the realization of our hopes and dreams. I'm going to end with a small verse from the Quran, chapter Al-Imran. And hold firmly to the rope of God altogether, and do not become divided. And remember the favor of God upon you, when you were adversaries and he brought your hearts together, and you became, by his favor, brothers. And you were on the edge and he saved you. Thus does God make clear to you his verses that you may be guided. Amen.
I will lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can he see? What's up? That thing who brought stripes and who died stars.
We have the special orders of business. The first order of business is a presentation, Veterans Organization, Bastion Community of Resilience, Jackson Smith, Executive Director, Allison Tabby, Program Director, and some veteran ambassadors. Bastion Community of Resilience is a veterans community located in New Orleans that provides affordable housing services, including occupational therapy, counseling, support groups, and supportive neighbors for veterans and their families, promoting healing and resilience. It is the only such community in the U.S. and is delivering impactful results.
Great to see you all. I want to welcome Bastion Community of Resilience and the following representatives to the council. I think we might be missing one or two people. Jackson Smith, the Executive Director, Kimberly Grady, Joe Hargrove, and Jessica Edwards. And I'll turn it over to this wonderful panel in just a moment, but I wanted to share a quick bit of history here when it comes to the creation of this wonderful facility. It was a few years back when my office authored a CZO text amendment that created a new use definition in Article 26 for a veterans wellness facility. This new use created the opportunity to deeply engage neighbors in the siting of veterans wellness facilities in such a way to build lasting and sustainable neighborhood institutions that enrich our communities. Before this CZO amendment, there was no suitable CZO classification that met the specific needs of veterans. These types of facilities are incredibly critical to reducing barriers to rehab services. This includes challenges for patients in accessing reliable transportation, getting time off work, having adequate caregiver assistance, and other logistical issues. This use also helps to address limited access to independently owned neuro rehab outpatient clinics in New Orleans by creating a zoning pathway. Moreover, less than half of veterans receive VA health care, and the dependents of veterans are not eligible for VA health care, and this community deserves quality care and treatment. And finally, there are also no fully accessible and adaptive gyms in the state of Louisiana, but there are 350,000 individuals living with paralysis or an amputated limb in the state of Louisiana. So now I'll turn it over to Bastion to talk about the great work that you're doing and tell us how residents are utilizing this facility.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Moreno. And thank you to every member of the council, first and foremost, for your time this morning. We at Bastion are, of course, an integral part of the city of New Orleans, and so we are acutely aware of the magnitude of challenges that face this council. It is our hope, and we hope by the end of this presentation to convey to you all that we have landed on something special on Mirabeau Avenue, that we are doing something special. We are achieving transformative change in the lives of our veterans, and you're going to hear from some of those veterans today. It is our belief that we can do much more. It is our belief that we can expand the good work that we are doing at Bastion beyond our boundaries and eventually bring our model of care to every veteran in need across the city of New Orleans. You know, it was my intention in putting this presentation together to start with a story about how we got here, but as Councilmember Moreno has articulated, I believe that most, if not all, of the members of this council know who we are and fundamentally what we do and why. So rather than rehash that story for you, I want to bring you up to speed on where we've gotten. I know that this council was intimately involved in all of the work required to procure the zoning and the conditional use permit for our Veteran Wellness Center. That work really came to a head in 2020. In the 3 years since then, we have worked tirelessly not only to navigate the unforeseen challenges of COVID, but to bring our model of care to its utmost potential on Mirabeau Avenue. And we've done that. I'm going to explain how. And like I said, we think that we are now ready to expand that reach far, far wider because the need is there. There's a lot of information up on this slide, but I want to draw one number to your attention in particular. Nearly 15,000 veterans that call the city of New Orleans home. That is our target population. The city of New Orleans has worked admirably to mitigate and at times nearly eliminate the issue of veteran homelessness in this city. But as I think we are all aware, I mean, NOLA.com ran 3 or 4 articles on various facets of this issue just this week. Housing is only half of the battle. To put every veteran in this city in stable housing is important, it's critical, but we are not done there. Think about the story that ran on NOLA.com on Monday about the issue of homeless encampments in this city and the issue of putting resources in place that, regardless of how comprehensive they might be, cannot, in some cases, get our unhoused population to leave the encampment, that no matter what, they always want to come back to this place they know. And why? Because this is the only place where they feel accepted. This is the only place that truly feels like home or even a semblance of community to them. Well, that's the same issue that our veterans deal with. Look at some of the other numbers on this slide. Traumatic brain injury, the signature wound of the war on terror, of which I'm a veteran. Nearly 900,000 veterans nationwide contend with this injury. Veterans are already 3 times as likely as their civilian counterparts to commit suicide. In instances of traumatic brain injury, veterans are twice as likely as their civilian counterparts to take their own lives, and that risk doubles again in instances of multiple or severe TBI. The issues that these veterans contend with are not mitigated merely by the provision of housing. Anxiety, depression, social isolation, difficulty holding a job, difficulty starting or maintaining relationships. These are the issues that destabilize the lives of our veterans. And in so many cases, even in instances where they're able to obtain housing, these are the issues that make that housing so difficult to maintain in the long term. That's where Bastion comes in. You know, at Bastion, our motto is community as the intervention. And the way that I used to explain that was to say, at Bastion, neighbors help neighbors. At Bastion, you've got your neighbor to come over in the morning to remind you to take your prescription medication. Or she might come over in the afternoon to give you a ride to the doctor's office because you can't drive. And I was explaining it in those terms one day when a teammate of mine stopped me and she said, "You're getting that wrong," which is something that my staff members have no issue telling me any day of the week. She says, in those examples that you're using, the prescription medication is the intervention. The trip to the doctor's office is the intervention. The neighbor is merely facilitating those things, and that's important, but that's not what we're talking about when we say community as the intervention. When we use that motto, what we mean is at Bastion, those relationships themselves are the treatment. The cultivation of deep, meaningful relationships of understanding and care is a form of treatment in its own right. It gives these veterans the things that so many of them lost when they took off the uniform: sense of identity, sense of self, sense of mission and purpose, pride, the sense that the people around you understand you. They share your struggles, they empathize with where you've been, and they are ready to support you and where you are going. That is what the residents of Bastion give to one another, and it is what for so many of them they have suffered so badly and for so long without. This is how we implement that approach. At Bastion, we have grown our services and programs to create a comprehensive environment of support around our veterans. Our fundamental model is this: we will put you in an environment where you are saturated with, surrounded by supportive relationships. Those are your first line of defense. Those relationships are the way that we catch destabilization at its earliest phases, where we can identify that a veteran is having issues with his sobriety, that he may be getting behind on his rent, that he's got health issues that are starting to bubble up and disrupt his finances. It will be his neighbors who catch those issues first. And on top of that, we will layer services and programs that meet that veteran's most urgent needs. We have occupational therapists that are now operating our Headway brain injury program. Like I said, the brain injury is a signature wound of the war on terror. There is no cure for this condition, and it will affect the injured veteran for the rest of their lives. This has been an intractable issue across the veteran serving community nationally. And at Bastion, in our Headway program, which is now enrolling 24 veterans, we have found a model that consistently allows these veterans to set and meet both short and long-term goals beyond the prognostications and diagnoses of their treating physicians. We have social workers that intervene in crisis of veterans, brain injured or otherwise. We have community programs like our pantry and community chefs to provide meals for homebound residents. We have our resident employment program that is putting veterans back to work, serving their own neighbors within the community. This program is especially important because with veterans who are dealing with issues like PTSD and brain injuries, the prospect of vocational rehabilitation is a daunting one. You are necessarily taking that veteran to the limits of his capabilities and saying, we think you are ready to go back to work. Well, if the first step that that veteran takes in that journey is now outside of our community, in a setting with maybe an unfamiliar employer, unfamiliar challenges, there is a pretty good chance that that veteran at some point in that process will discover, I have exceeded my capacities. I'm trying to push the limits here and I've gone a little bit too far. If he encounters that situation out in town at an unfamiliar employer, maybe he's working at Home Depot, and that's the setting in which he encounters his difficulties, where he says, look, I don't know if I can do this. I may need to disengage from this. I am overwhelmed. I don't feel safe. Think about how painful that process will be in front of a group of strangers. Think about the effect that that will have on the confidence that that veteran has built for himself over his months of work at Bastion. So through our resident employment program, we take those first steps within the community. We can tell the veteran, we think that you're ready for a 4-hour work shift at a time. We've been watching you, we've been working with you, we think that's where you are. So let's try that. And maybe in that first work shift, the veteran makes it 3 hours before he says, gosh, I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed. Well, now he's at home. Now he's in the supportive environment where all he has to do is walk across the lawn to a social worker and say, hey, I have an hour left in my shift. Would it be all right if I take a few minutes to myself? I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed. Now that process continues to be therapeutic and forward moving. And this approach works. You see a lot of statistics up on this slide, and I won't read them to you. What I'd like to do instead is zoom out a bit and give you some perspective. Bastion's been collecting survey data across our community for 5 years now. This survey measures metrics like social connectedness, engagement in meaningful activities, sense of personal safety. And in 5 years of collecting this data, the highest scores we ever recorded were at the peak of the COVID pandemic in 2021. How can that be? That at a time when our city was being devastated by the effects of this virus, in a population that is already so vulnerable to the obstacles and difficulties that life can present, how is it that under those circumstances that our community was thriving? It is because at Bastion, we understand what all New Orleanians understand, that when times are hardest, when the situation looks darkest, that is when we reach out to our neighbors and grasp hold of one another. It was when times were hardest at Bastion that our residents most acutely felt the support they had built around them. I always tell people, it is no accident that Bastion was started in New Orleans. We are still the only program of our kind anywhere in the country. There is nobody else in the United States who is doing, or frankly, who can do what we do, which is to provide a community-based model of care for our veterans, a model in which they can build lives in the long term. It's not a program that they attend for 3 months and then move on with their lives. This is a program where they can build that life here in New Orleans. It is no accident that this program started here. This place understands better than anywhere else in this country what it means to lose everything and what it means to lift one another back up and proceed together. That is what we do at Bastion. And I can tell you these anecdotes, I can show you these numbers on this slide, but I think to truly understand the impact of this place, it is best to hear from those who are building their lives in the Bastion community. And so on that note, it is my honor and privilege to introduce two of the veterans that I serve, Joe Hargrove and Jessica Edwards. Joe, would you lead us off, please?
Good morning, everybody. I am a native New Orleanian. I'm from uptown, went to Booker T. Washington. Hood. I don't want to hear nothing from the Culver guys and nobody from 35 or St. Aug, you know, I'm not hearing it.
Right.
Anyway, but it takes a village, you know, to raise a child, but it also takes that same village to work on a community. With that being said, everything that we do here, you got to have some type of belief in it. And when I came here, I tell you, I came here with nothing. And, you know, I went to the programs, I talked to everybody, I went through the VA, I'm a veteran, 22 and a half years, Army vet. And PTSD, you know, things like that. But I'm not here to talk about me, but I'm talking about the program and what my community means to me. They mean everything to me. They are great guys, great ladies and things like that. And like everywhere, you know, you don't get along with everybody, but we have a tendency of making ourselves work together towards a common goal. And that common goal is to take care of each other. And we are looking for people on the outside. We have people from the outside coming in and they're seeing what we do and they're impressed and they want to get in on it. It's hard to say that we don't care, because we do. And we have all type of little programs that we do on the outside, on the inside, as far as like say with the food pantry, which is really important to a lot of people because a lot of them don't have the resources to buy things and things like that. We also have cooks on staff, chefs. And sometimes that might be the only meal that that person get that day or something like that. But we take care of each other. And I would like for y'all to come out there and check us out and see what we're about. I know Mr. Green, you done been through, Mr. Thomas, you done been through, and Mr. King, I know your dad, right? I work with him in Bridge City, so you know I know him, all right? But on that case, we want y'all to come check us out and see what we're about. Jessica?
Good morning. I'm Jessica Edwards. I'm an Army veteran and a military sexual trauma survivor. After I got out of the Army, I was so traumatized that I could not hold a job. I really struggled to support my 2 young daughters. I was reduced to cleaning toilets. I was so hopeless that I tried to take my own life multiple times. I was on the verge of homelessness a couple of times. My anxiety was so bad that I could not enter a room with people in it that I didn't know. In fact, I wouldn't. And now after Bastion, here I am today talking to you. This is huge. Because of the food program, the affordable housing, and the position that was created for me in the community, I'm able to work in the community. It's given me a sense of purpose. Not only that, I was able to put my daughter through college. She'll be graduating in 2 semesters at UNO. And most recently, I just purchased a house on Monday. Makes me really, really, sorry, I'm emotional. It makes me really sad to think about leaving Bastion because this is the only place that I've ever felt like I've had family. I would like to be very, very clear. The VA did not help me. Bastion did. There are tons of women in this city just like me, female veterans, probably hundreds, that need the support that I was lucky enough to get at Bastion. So I would like to say we need more Bastions around the country.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for sharing your stories, and I want your stories actually to be shared more often, because that is how you get additional funding, additional partners, and how we actually can achieve what you just talked about on how we can create more bastions, not only across New Orleans, but across the state of Louisiana. I want to thank you all so much for all that you do. I know that you're working on the expansion of Bastion, which we're really eager to help you all with as much as we can on the expansion. Reading through your presentation, you know, everything from of course, the neuro rehab clinic, the expanded head weight program, dentist, and I can go on and on. Creating even new jobs within the facility, 35 new jobs. All of that is amazing. And we just thank you all so much for what you do. I want to open it up for comments on the dais. I know we're a little short on time, but I think we may want us to make some comments. Councilmember Thomas, and I'll move down the line.
All right. First of all, thank you, Councilmember Marino, for acknowledging this great group. You know, when you talk about veterans and rights, Joe is a blessing in the community, from the VA to the needs. I don't know, Miss Jessica, but your story is one of triumph. And I'm just really proud because I was part of one of the first interviews several years ago, I think maybe 4, maybe more, where we interviewed Mr. Bernal and many of the supporters of this program to tell the community about how important this was. And so I want to thank Equity Media and WBOK for kind of leading the way here, because though people are hearing it now, we started planting those seeds. And that means I'm supposed to shut up. But we'd love to do a follow-up,
Yeah.
continue this story. It's important, and everyone needs to be aware of it. Thank you.
All right. Unfortunately,
Councilman.
because as you're hearing the
Gotta get
emergency
out.
alarm go off, we are going to have to leave the building. We will thank you all, Bastion, for being with us. I apologize to the rest of you all who are here, and we will return as soon as we get the all clear.
Too hot, Joe. Too hot. Both of you.
They might even get publicity out of it.
That'd be like someone. Right, it's that crazy. I believe we have a quorum. So I will recall this meeting order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Morrell.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 7 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda.
The second order of business is a presentation of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc., New Orleans Alumni Chapter, Rita B. Weary, President, Dr. Adrian Woods, Vice President, Adele London, Social Action Chair, and Hattie Broussard, Parliamentarian, celebrating Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc., New Orleans Alumni Chapter Annual Red and White Day with the New Orleans City Council.
Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Red and White Day is something that not only just happens here, but happens throughout the country. And it's an honor that this political body, for a very long time, have honored the great women of Delta in Red and White Day. So, Madam President, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the New Orleans City Council and all who are present this morning. I am Rita Weary, President of New Orleans Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, where we boast a membership of over 600 members. I have with me today Ms. Hattie Broussard. She is an assistant U.S. attorney, and she is our parliamentarian of our local chapter. I also have Ms. Adele London, who is Director of Community Development at Propeller, a local nonprofit, and she serves as chair of our Social Action Committee. Also with me, Ms. Denicia Turner, someone you know very well, who's the city attorney and co-chair of our Social Action Committee. We also have with us today these amazing ladies that you see behind me in red, the many members of our sisterhood from across the city. Members who live, work, and vote right here in the city of New Orleans. So a little bit about Delta Sigma Theta Sorority. We were founded 110 years ago. We are an international sisterhood and an organization of college-educated women. We were founded on Christian principles, and we still stand with those principles along with sisterhood, scholarship, service, and social action. Our 22 founders participated in the suffrage march of 1913, 2 months after establishing our sorority. And our members have been at the forefront of social and political struggles ever since that time. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated is a 501c7 nonpartisan organization and does not endorse candidates or political parties. However, we do advocate for and against laws and policies that impact our community, specifically the African American community. Our Sarah Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm said, "You don't make progress by sitting on the sidelines, whimpering and complaining. You make progress by implementing ideas." So this morning, the New Orleans Alumni Chapter is here for Delta Day at New Orleans City Council to make known to you the sorority's longstanding belief in and our efforts toward enacting laws and policies to sustain and expand the rights and privileges of citizenship to all people and to protect our most vulnerable population. We understand and we know the political landscape of the United States, Louisiana, and we certainly know the landscape here in New Orleans. We recognize that when acting on behalf of all New Orleans residents, that can be a challenging task. Even with this tall order that you have, we expect that you, our council members, will fulfill your duties on behalf of our constituents, but always with our most vulnerable and often less vocal residents at the top of mind. We are here today to make known our concerns with several critical areas facing our community today. But before we get into our community concerns, I'd like to share with you Delta Sigma Theta's national 2023 social action priorities. They are voting and civic engagement, economic justice, educational disparities and inequities, environmental justice, healthy equity, reimagining public safety, and reproductive justice. With these priorities and framework as our guiding principles, some of the issues that the members of New Orleans Alumni Chapter are here today to talk about are crime and safety of all citizens, criminal justice reform, affordable housing, gentrification, and early childhood education. But for today's presentation, we will only address crime, criminal justice reform, and early childhood education. So as we look at crime and criminal justice, you know, our community needs new models for creating real safety. Increased public safety does not come from just adding more police, making more arrests, and more incarcerations. We know we cannot arrest our way out of the problem that we're facing today, particularly with our youth. Real public safety comes from dramatic investment in critical resources, addressing the root causes of trauma, economic insecurity, disparities in educational opportunities, homelessness, and addiction. It also comes from holding police accountable for their actions and to a higher standard of conduct. We, the members of New Orleans Alumni Chapter, address issues of youth crime and criminal reform by advocating for funding and resources for quality education, healthcare, job training, housing, and other services meant to grow strong, resilient communities. We're also advocating for funding of nonviolent interventions and programs focused on de-escalation, conflict resolution, and restorative justice. And so as we think about early childhood education, we know comprehensive childcare and early learning policies benefit everybody. From healthy development and educational outcomes to the benefits of the overall economy, the whole of our society benefits from any significant investment in early child care and education policy. Ensuring that every parent who needs it can choose a quality child care provider that meets their family's needs should be a stance that all law and policymakers fight for. The right to early care and educational policies can have a tremendous positive impact, such as ensuring children have access to learning environments to give them a strong start in life, and supporting parents to pursue greater opportunities for themselves and their families. And that is why we applaud this City Council's support for the early childhood education millage last year that laid the groundwork for final passage by the citizens of New Orleans. It is innovative, collaborative thinking and policy making that produced such a fantastic result that will undoubtedly result in thousands more early learners having access to high quality early education. But I dare say that one act may change the health and educational outcomes for generations to come. We encourage this body to apply that same boldness, that same creative and collaborative effort to other critical areas facing our community. We, the members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, also address educational disparities and inequities by advocating for universal pre-K, as research has proven that early childhood education permanently improves children's lives. We advocate for equitable funding and resourcing policy. We advocate for equitable pay for early care providers And we advocate for policies that end the school to prison pipeline and over policing and disciplining of Black children in school. New Orleans Alumni Chapter members are teachers. We are administrators, nurses, doctors, healthcare providers, community leaders, pastors, and business owners. But most importantly, we are influencers. Deltas vote. Black women vote. And we are watching. We are paying attention to the policies that you are voting on that affect the lives, our lives, in our community. But please know that you can count on New Orleans Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated to be advocates for a safer, healthy, equitable, and inclusive New Orleans. We want to see New Orleans not just survive, but we want to see New Orleans thrive. So on behalf of New Orleans Alumni Chapter, thank you, council members, for this opportunity. You have allowed us this special order of business time on your agenda to share our chapter's concerns as well as our national social action priorities this morning. We trust you have made note of our position. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get back. President Weary, any other statements from the Soros who are joining you at the table?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll start to the left, Councilmember Giroux.
Well, thank you all very much for being here. And I guess the thing that struck the biggest chord for me is the advocacy and push around early childhood education. I think so many times in education, we've changed sort of what our priorities are, whether it's to and through college or middle school or wraparound services. But I think the collective we have shown, because it's not just the council which supported early childhood education, it's the stakeholders like Delta Sigma who were at the table and part of the discussion as well. And then the only way that the policy that you're talking about becomes relevant and active and able to help kids is when people vote and implement it. So we appreciate very much what you all did to help with that, because I think when people sometimes ask us, what do you think is good about government? What do you think is transformative that you've worked on? And I think for elected officials and 8-year cycles, if you get 6 to 8 things, you've done really well. And I was always put early childhood millage on ours, because we are now investing in kids in a real way for the first time. We're getting money from the state to match what we're doing, and you're going to start seeing outcomes. And then the last thing I would also say is, remember, we're elected officials. We want to get wins in real time. We want things that people can touch and see and feel immediately. But root causes, like you talked about, don't happen that way. They're going to take time. So I'm happy that you helped us plant these seeds, and we can't see how they flourish in the years to come. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Harris.
I'm so happy to see all of you in the audience today, and it warms my heart to see such strong women who I know, many of you, and I can't wait to work with you. As Councilmember Giroux said, I think the early childhood education millage was a victory for New Orleans and for all of us. But while we can celebrate past victories, we need to look forward to future victories. And so while you didn't get a chance to touch upon affordable housing and gentrification, that is something that's on my priority list. And I welcome the chance to get with all of you to sit down and talk about how we can work through those. So as again, Councilmember Giroux said, we can get real-time victories because they are right here. And we are so close to finding victories in the housing affordability in New Orleans. And so again, I welcome the chance to work with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Welcome, ladies of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. It's a pleasure to be here before you. Madam President, you laid it out perfectly, understood. You made it very clear, your organization's stance on several things. And I would like to work with you, like Councilmember Harris said, on not just early childhood, but gentrification and housing insecurities and several things that's that plagues our city. And I heard you loud and clear that Deltas vote and that Black women vote. And I think it's time that we started to uplift our Black women throughout this city. So again, it's a pleasure to be here. And I also know that you cannot slide in your sorority. Y'all got it. The ones in the back got it. But thank y'all for being here.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marino.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Good morning to you all.
Morning.
Really just excellent presentation. I hear you and I agree with what you are saying, particularly when you were talking about the public safety issue. You're absolutely right. We cannot arrest our way out of this violent crime problem that we're facing in New Orleans. And for that reason, and because the city council understands that, we have directed the health department. Okay, I think that's important. The health department to come up with a violence intervention model. And this is going to be a significant investment. This is millions and millions of dollars every year put in to ensure that people have the resources that they need so that they don't develop into a life crime. And so I think, working together, and I'd like to actually bring you all into this process so that you can learn more about the model that we're trying to build, is how we end up finally stopping the cycle that's just been, continuing to grow and grow and grow in our city. And so I like I said, I want to bring you into that process. But then, of course, you also mentioned the early childhood education piece. And I think you all know I was a lead author in the entire millage proposal from the previous council and then into this one. And so that is, very important to me and something that I've been fighting for since my time in the Louisiana legislature, which, by the way, you all would come up to the legislature every single year, all dressed in red, and just storm through the Capitol and come to every single committee meeting. And Councilmember Morrell, I know, remembers that as well. You're definitely a force to be reckoned with. And I just thank you all so much for coming before us today, talking about your agenda, what's important to you, what's important to your sorority on a full national level, but also what's important here for you all who are in our community. So thank you again for your work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I want to begin with apologizing. I'm on a lot of allergy medication or else. This is the one time I've come to a council meeting and not worn red. And Ms. Turner can vouch for me. Usually I wear red, so I want to apologize. I'm not in my proper attire today. Your presentation was fantastic, spot on. It was very focused, and I think you would agree that generally speaking, the city is aligned with many of the things that you guys proposed today. I think if anything, a lot of your presentation was kind of put up or shut up, and that the city of New Orleans for years has said, these are the things that we are aligned with you with, but we have not spent the money or dedicated the resources to do it. Early childhood was a tremendous win led by Councilmember Moreno and the previous council, but that's a down payment on a lot of other things that need to happen. And your leadership is absolutely essential in that. I think that as I look across the entire audience, I know many of the people behind you, and they are all leaders in every part of their community, and they represent a tremendous amount of voices that aren't physically here today, but we know that we knew who you represent. I think it's important for us, as many council members have said, to work with you guys hand in hand to get your input on the things we're doing, because at the end of the day, it is beyond understood in the city of New Orleans that we are a city full of strong Black women who vote, who raise children, who vote, or in my case, a mother who calls me and reminds me every election. She is in her late 70s. I am in my mid 40s, and she still calls me repeatedly during the election cycle to make sure I vote. So we acknowledge everything you've done today. We look forward to working with you, and we look forward to your leadership, because we don't have all the answers to all the problems. And your presentation today shows that you certainly are bringing solutions, not just problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. We laugh sometimes and we talk about the purple and gold, the St. Augustine purple and gold. But those who know me know that red and white was part of my life for a long time. And I'm gonna say it before I start crying because my mother's not here, but I grew up with red and white. John Green, my daughter, my sister, Janelle Green, once the Queen of Cotillion. Also, interestingly enough, my two brothers married Deltas. So, so at the end of the day, I have a lot of connections to the community of Delta Sigma Theta, and I am appreciative of all the work that has been done. I remember how tireless my mother was in terms of getting involved with activities whenever she was called on, and she was so proud to be a member of DST. I mean, I'm just gonna say it's so much a part of me because of watching her all of my life. We were also a part of SUNO, and Dr. Moultrie and others, such a presence at SUNO and Bethany Methodist Church, Dr. Enrico Singleton. I could go on for a while and just tell you all my connections to Delta, but I want to thank you all in the sorority for 110 years, but also for what you continue to do here in the city of New Orleans. A lot of persons who are involved with city government here are members of the sorority, including our great city attorney right now. We'll fuss later on, but right now you're great. You know I'm joking. You know I'm joking. I appreciate the work that you do. I know how very difficult it is, and there have been some great successes, working even in my district. I want to challenge Delta and the local chapter. My district includes Epiphany School. We want to turn that into a center for excellence, a center that's going to enhance not only that community, but provide the resources that I know that Delta Sigma Theta can provide that are going to help our citizens. We hear you loud and clear, and we want to make much more happen than we've made happen, but we're on the same page. That's important to recognize. In the measures that we've passed, in the monies that we've made available, we recognize that, again, we have to look at mental health and address those issues, early childhood education, and just providing the resources on a social level that will enhance our community, in addition to what we do on the law enforcement area. So, but in summary, for those who I know and for those who I don't know, it is just great to see red and white. It is great to see Deltas here in the city council. It's great to celebrate Red and White Day. And my mother is looking down. She's so proud to see everyone here and the red and white, and also what you continue to do in our community. Thank you very much, and looking forward to working with you, not only with regards to the Epiphany conversion, but whatever we can do to enhance the quality of life in our city, working together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my colleagues and the great women of Delta. President Weary, you mentioned something twice in your comments. And as important as the issues were that face this country and this community, you said two things. You said the same thing Osceola McCarthy Adams said. He said the same thing that Marguerite Alexander said. You said some of the same things that Zephyr Carter said. You said, and those two words were count on. That's what they said, them 22 founders. They told each other and they told the world, you can count on us. That's the same thing that Denisha Turner says when she represents y'all and she sits before us. You can count on this legal advice. Whether you take it or not is another thing. It's the same thing that Adele London says when she's trying to teach business owners, and we brag about young Black women leading the way in startup, but Adele tells them, no, lead the way and stay up. She says you can count on. Hattie Broussard, in terms of advocacy, and telling neighbors that we got to count on ourselves, even if we can't count on elected officials. They use that word count on. And when you did your talk at the AKA in front of those 8,000 women, you basically told them, hey, look, I know we in a different sorority, but sisters, I'm here because you can count on us. That's what Delta women do. That's what your mother did. That's what your sister did. That's what my T. Nola did. That's what my sister Judith says. That's what Delta women are trained to do. When y'all took over this chamber in 1997 because of crime, and y'all said, we gonna come up with a community plan. If we can't count on the police, if we can't count on the politicians, y'all had your own meet right here. When this city was littered and dirty and we were wondering about trash, Delta women in the early 2000s coordinated the largest cleanup in the history of this city, where y'all got together sororities and fraternities and nonprofits, where we had hundreds of people divided up in every district. Delta women say, count on. But let me say this, we counting on y'all right now. As divided as it is, as political as stuff is, as lost as our children are, know that we're counting on Delta women more now than we ever have. So that we honor y'all on this red and white day, the Osiala and Matinola is up there smiling. Know that we need you guys more than ever, and we appreciate you guys more than ever. And for this proclamation, which says, whereas Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated was founded in January 13, 1913 by 22 collegiate women at Howard University. And whereas the sorority is currently a sisterhood for more than 300,000 predominantly Black collegiate and educated women. Whereas this year marks the 110th anniversary and founding of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, incorporated along with 110 years of social action that commenced with the 1913 Women's Suffrage Parade and Delta Sigma Sorority's trailblazing participation. And whereas Delta Sigma Sorority continues to execute indelible commitment to social political action and change locally, nationally, and internationally. Whereas for 87 years, the New Orleans Alumni Chapter has preserved through unparalleled challenges, and NOA continues to impact the community with creative and award-winning program and invaluable public service and impact to social action. This proclamation says the City Council commemorates the New Orleans Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority and 87 years of public service to New Orleans, and Delta Sigma Theta Sorority's 110 years of social activism and commitment to women's suffrage. And it's signed by me and all of our council members. And I guess we could add, count on.
Thank you so much.
Picture time.
Oh, yeah. Yes, some of y'all want to come up this side. Much better.
I'm gonna go and make the phone call now.
Oh, great.
Going on at one. At one, yeah. All right. Nothing personal with WH. We're gonna be here for a while now. We got an executive session too. On what? Yeah, that's what. I think that's why.
All right, it's our, we're going to our third order of business and we are recognizing Ms. Gonzalez, Executive Director of WRBH Reading Radio. If y'all will come up, please. Yeah, come on through. That's it. It's not Natalia. 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 Yes, no, thank you. I appreciate it. Natalia. And I was prepped by my staff, but it just. So why don't y'all go ahead and introduce yourself, and then I'll go through mine and then we'll have a talk.
Okay, my name is Charles Smith. I'm the president of the board of directors for WRBH.
I'm Natalia Gonzalez, the executive director at WRBH.
Tyler O'Brien, I'm the program director at WRBH.
Del Agnew, assistant program director.
I know.
Well, thank you so much for being here, especially through a fire alarm and all the excitement that we had this morning. It really is an honor to welcome you all here today. For those who don't know, and I hope you all do, WRBH is radio for the blind in New Orleans, and it's been a staple in the New Orleans community for over 40 years, broadcasting as the only full-time FM reading radio service benefiting people who are blind, visually impaired, literacy challenged, and so many more in our community. They're one of only 3 such stations in the world, and they're right in the middle of District B. So I'm glad that you are in my district. In addition to that, WRBH is a fantastic partner to so many local nonprofits, and I know from personal experience that you host regular meetings for your neighborhood association. And you've also served as the central meeting up point for both of our District B cleanups, which I know we're having another one on Saturday. I know that I'm not the only one who recognizes all of your wonderful contributions. You recently received the very first American Bronze Braille flag in New Orleans, presented by the Louisiana and Mississippi Regional Group of the Blinded Veterans Association in honor of your work. I can't say enough good things about y'all. And I tell my husband, who has a great radio voice, that he needs to come volunteer with you guys. But I'd like to turn it over to you so that you can tell us more about the program and the award that you received.
I'm actually going to defer to Charles at first.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris, for having us and the rest of the council. Appreciate it. As I mentioned, I'm the president of the board. I've been a volunteer for several years. I live in the neighborhood. I live in your district. And on a personal level, WRBH, I think, is one of the most unique and what's the word? Not very well known gems of the city. So yeah, under the radar. That's the word. There we go. I'm just going to repeat some of the things that she mentioned and add a few things as well before I turn it over to Natalia. But at WRBH, as noted, our mission is to turn the printed word into spoken word so that the blind and print handicapped have the same ease of access to current information as their sighted peers. We are dedicated to helping the blind and print impaired through our volunteer reading. We have 75 volunteers, and it is those 75 volunteers that make it possible to provide programming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. As Ms. Harris mentioned, we're the only full-time reading radio service on the FM dial in the United States, and we're one of only 3 in the world, and we're right on Magazine Street. Stop by. We'd like to see you. In addition to listening on 88.3 FM, we also stream on WRBH.org, as well as offering a free app for iPhone and Android that you can download anytime you'd like. WRBH has been on the air since late 1975 and was the brainchild of a blind mathematician, Dr. Robert McLean, who wanted to address the blind community's lack of access to current printed information. Print impaired includes not only blind folk, but also people who are dyslexic, illiterate, or who have physical impairments that make handling printed materials difficult. All of our readers are volunteers. Some of them have been reading at the station since it first opened and went on the air nearly 50 years ago in 1975. Our readers are truly like family, and the sense of community at WRBH is what makes it a special place. Funding. All of our funding is from individuals and foundations. We are not federally funded. We're not funded at the state level. It is 100% funded by the community, patrons, donors, and through grants. In these difficult economic times, it has been increasingly difficult to obtain funding, particularly for operating costs, which WRBH certainly needs to keep going to run the air conditioning, to pay our wonderful staff, to buy toilet paper, office supplies, and to keep programs going. As a recent example, we had a problem with our transmission line, which runs out of Chalmette. Turns out there's a bullet that had made its way into the transmission line, knocking out the transmission for the area. And prior to that, and once we get it back up fully running, we are the strongest FM signal in the region. Unfortunately, the repair to the transmission line is going to be costly and time consuming. That's just one example of the operating costs that we have to deal with. And as anybody who owns a home in New Orleans knows, the maintenance on the building itself, which is a building built in the 1800s, is itself almost a full-time job. Let me tell you a little bit about our programming. We read over 30 books and publications weekly. Publications like Wall Street Journal, National Geographic, Smithsonian, Harper's, and more. We read nonfiction and fiction books daily. Every morning we read the newspaper live. From 8 to 9 a.m. you can tune into 88.3 FM and listen to a community member reading to you the daily news. We also weekly read the grocery ads. Rouse's, Winn-Dixie, Bromart. We have interview programs. We have the Writers Forum, the Public Affairs Show, Dinner Party, We also feature old time radio, including The Shadow, Abbott and Costello, X-1. And in the community, WRBH is home to Tulane baseball and Tulane women's basketball live programming. We're also associated, as you noted, with Blinded Veterans of America. And our building is used as a meeting place for the Delachaise Neighborhood Association and for the District B cleanups. In closing, I'd like to quote Helen Keller. Many have sight, but few have vision. Thank you for having the vision to have us at your meeting today. I have bumper stickers, if anybody would like to put them on their car.
Or in the refrigerator.
Or on your refrigerator.
I just wanted to piggyback on the human interest side of WRBH. I've been there 21 years and I've watched it grow. But at the same time, I've watched it stay the same because we are a tight-knit community and our volunteers are indeed our family. As a matter of fact, we're going Sunday to a memorial service for one of our volunteers who had been with us since the beginning. And as she was on her deathbed, she had her daughter call the station to let us know how much reading at the station meant for her. And she's not alone. As Charles said, many of our volunteers have been with us 30 years plus. Our volunteer base, they are the most loyal, wonderful volunteers anyone could ask for, and they are what make us what we are. And I wanted to just tell you all a little bit about one of our most dedicated listeners was Verna Arroyo, also known back in the day as Mother Goose. And she was a early childhood specialist. She had programming on Channel 4, I believe, for little children, and she loved children, but she loved WRBH. And as she aged, she lost her vision. And she would always tell me, I would go visit her. That's the kind of relationships we have. And she would say, you know, without you in the middle of the night, I would feel so alone and so isolated. And I oftentimes think that we are the voice in the room of people who might otherwise not have the full, rich lives that many of us do. And what really struck a chord with me was when Verna told me, you are my eyes, not my brain. Because we do not editorialize, we don't proselytize, we don't advocate for any political group, any religious group. We let people think for themselves. We provide them the information to do that. So thank you very, very much for letting us talk about WRBH. It's very near and dear to my heart.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Thomas, would you like to?
No, just to thank the what you guys do with the radio. It's probably for that community one of the more necessary programs. It's been around for a long time. I'm familiar with it there on Magazine Street, and the service that you guys provide is invaluable. So many blessings and continued service. And thank y'all for being one of the leaders for the community that needs that service. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I'd just also like to say thank you for what you do. Certainly the community that listens benefits tremendously. I listen from time to time, and I want you to feel free to invite me and other members of the council to come and read. Maybe there can be a particular time on a particular day that we come and you can say it's council reading day.
How about our celebrity holiday stories?
Yeah.
I'd like to invite all of you all to come in and read your favorite holiday story in November.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that lead time. That's great. I think that would be a nice thing to do, but I just, want to say we appreciate the work that you do and, your commitment to the community in a low key manner. A lot of people don't recognize what's being done, but a lot of people appreciate what's being done. So thank you very much and look forward to seeing you before November, but see you in November. Definitely.
Thank you.
I really appreciate y'all being here today. I remember when I was in the legislature, very early on, Cedric Richmond, who I think was still a representative, read for the station. And at that point, I put on my bucket list at some point coming over there to read a book or something like that. And it's just amazing to me that something that is so impactful for citizens, not just in New Orleans, but across the country, is located on a nice old building. It's very, very old building, old building on Magazine Street, and that y'all quietly do your work without accolades just because it's necessary work. And that is the definition of service, doing the hard, not sexy, but essential work that makes the lives of other people so much more easier and bearable. Because without you being the eyes for individuals to know what's going on in the world, they're really at the mercy of whoever presents information to them. And like you said, I think it's very important the way you structured it, that you're their eyes, not their brains. So giving people unfiltered information so that they can make their own conclusions and still be part of society, knowing what's transpiring around them, is just so absolutely important. So thank you for all the work you do.
Well, thank you for the work that you do. I'll be honest, I've never heard of the radio station before, but I will be listening now. I often like to try to find something after a long council day like today on the ride home to calm me down. So I will be listening to WRBH in the future. So thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here. And just for my closing remarks, I just want to say that I grew up in a household that always had the radio on. We would go on long camping trips, and I remember those old timey stories being read and my grandparents really being fascinated and fascinating me with them. So I appreciate everything that you do in District B for the New Orleans community and for the national community. And I'm just so proud of you and want to thank you so much for being here. We have a long proclamation that I will not read, but let's go ahead and take some photos. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
for having us.
Thank you.
I will read the bumper sticker. It says, "I love WRBH."
I don't want to trip on it. All I need is to. All right. And. What? You say 3 and they blink, so I just keep taking them.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We have one more item to get through before we go to our executive session.
What am I doing? Oh, okay. Well,
All right, Madam Clerk, we will go to the 11:30 item.
We're now on the top of page 29. We have a legislative grouping. Ordinance calendar number 34,125 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2930 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to the residential occupancy of city-owned property by city employees and elected officials, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Thomas. On page 1, on line 8, insert the words except as provided in subsection D at the beginning of the sentence. Number 2, on page 1, after line 13, insert the following. D, the city may reserve not more than one residential dwelling unit owned or controlled by the city or by a public benefit corporation exclusively for the periodic residential use by the mayor or by visiting dignitaries, provided that nothing herein shall authorize permanent or continuous residential occupancy by any person. Any unit so reserved shall be maintained and managed by the Department of Property Management, and the payment of rent shall not be required. The residential use authorized by this subsection must be directly attendant to the performance of the mayor's official duties or directly related to a city event of public purpose. That is the amendment.
Yeah. Which amendment was that? Oh, that was mine. Oh, this amendment is trying to find some middle ground here, and I talked to the council president who initiated this, just about some of the history about how the place had been used, not whether it was used right or wrong, but it was used in the ceremonial, celebratorial process for dignitaries, heads of state, cultural events, so that the city would not give that up, but also, I think, hopefully, do what he wants to do is that if elected officials and others would use it, they would have to pay market value, and it could not be a place that elected officials would use to stay in. So I think, given on our staff and Adam who worked on this amendment, I've been told that this would allow us to do both, maintain it as a place where we can honor dignitaries, but also restrict the use just for that. So with that, I would move adoption.
I have a comment.
Councilmember
Okay.
Orrell.
Just to be clear, I did meet with Councilmember Thomas on this amendment. Well, on the idea of the amendment, upon review, I cannot support this amendment. I think that it does not address the underlying issue of a city-owned property, which could potentially generate revenue, not generating revenue. Further, I think that it is problematic when there is open interpretation of things like periodic use, like who defines what periodic use is. Could periodic use be there 4 days out the week, not 3? It's just, I think the goal, and when I brought this ordinance, was to resolve this issue definitively and to simply state for the record that we as a city do not have a residence for mayors. And further, and the OIG is here to answer questions if we have any, but there is an underlying legal issue regarding gratuitous donation. In the 1950s, when the governor's mansion was created, they created a statute to exempt the governor for paying for the governor's mansion. When the 1974 Constitution was done, it is so strict and specific on gratuitous donations, they had to have a constitutional provision to codify the governor's continued use of the mansion. That is how seriously the state constitution is against public officials receiving anything of value, including a residence, and views it as a gratuitous donation. I think that there are significant underlying legal issues with the practice. This is not something that I'm directing towards any specific mayor. It's simply that recent developments have brought this issue to the fore. And I think that we need to definitively resolve this going forward, because in a city where it is so hard to pay rent and find somewhere to live, I think that any kind of official or unofficial housing for an elected official just sends the wrong message. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. In reading your amendment, I see, what your intent is about still keeping it as some type of, civic purpose. I think where we run into issues here is actually on the residential or the housing piece. And I think back at my days in the Louisiana legislature, and there's a series of apartments. They're called the Pentagon Apartments, and those apartments are for legislators, in particular the Speaker of the House and the Senate President. They each get an apartment, but the key here is they all have to pay rent. They all have to pay rent in these particular apartments. So I think it's one thing to have a piece of property being utilized for a civic purpose, but I think the problem that we get into is the housing piece, the staying overnight. And so because of that, I think that your amendment is still problematic, Councilmember Thomas, but that's just my 2 cents.
Well, when the amendment was drafted, and you know, I'm not an attorney, and I'm never the smartest person in the room because I've always tried to learn from everyone in the room. So I asked our council and other staff. The amendment was drafted in a way to protect what I think our two council leaders, Marino and Morel, are trying to do in terms of clear that language up, but also give the city the ability to continue to use this as an asset. That even in one of my conversations, someone who's in opposition had to admit that the $40,000 wasn't an issue because if used the right way for dignitaries, culturally and in a celebratorial way, that it would yield more benefit than that. I haven't been told by any attorneys. I know we have great attorneys up here, and Councilman Morel is one of the best. But I have not been told by our attorneys that it doesn't address the issues that you guys bring forward. And so if they haven't said it does, then I would still move forward for adoption, and everybody vote their conscience and vote.
I have one comment before.
Councilmember King.
Yes, thank you. So talking to colleagues on this end of the desk, it seems like most of us or all of us on the same page. If we can maybe, this is my suggestion, take a couple words out of this. I think the residential part is what a lot of people have heartburn about. The amendment is not bad, but if we could just tighten it up a little bit and take out the residential part, I think everyone could be on the same page, or at least, again, some of my colleagues on this end of the desk. I haven't spoke to that side. That's just my suggestion. I know that's possible, but that's
the opportunity to find consensus around an issue that the public is concerned about. And I know Councilman Morel has consistently said he wants to put this issue to bed. Then if the language puts it to bed, but finds a way that we can do both, then let there be that language. I'm just trying to find a way that we can continue to do both. And the issue around affordable housing is, I mean, it would be great if that would be a Section 8 unit. It would be great if we could rotate it for a homeless family to live there. But there's historical use there. I mean, you know, I could name the dates and name the dignitaries and name the folks. So I'm not trying to complicate it. I was just trying to find a way that an asset could continue to be an asset, but also prohibit elected officials or mayors from taking advantage of it. That's guys, pure. I ain't trying to protect any mayor or go after any mayor or always trying to find a way, especially into talking to folk and on its history, was to find a way we could do both. That's it.
Council President, can we ask our council to brief us on gratuitous donation and the meaning of gratuitous donation under?
What I would say is we have the Office of Inspector General here to.
Well,
and in their analysis, they discuss gratuitous donations.
So can they publicly talk about gratuitous donations?
Further, I think they also have some information regarding the foreign dignitary issue as well.
Okay, so both of those.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to talk about this report that we recently released. Before I do that, I just wanted to state that Our main objective is to mitigate fraud, waste, and abuse and to ensure good governance at all levels. It's required by us in the statute, city code, and the ordinance. So it's annotated 3 different places. Before I talk about the report, I wanted to touch base. I've heard a lot of talk about dignitaries and dignitaries staying at this location. In my previous role, working for the
I never said dignitaries stayed there. I said there were people who were hosted people there. I don't know of any dignitaries that stayed there.
So I've heard some talk about potentially having this as a residence or a place for dignitaries. In my previous role, in working for the FBI, one of those roles was the acting section chief of the security department, which was responsible for the executive protection of the Attorney General of the United States of America, as well as the director of the FBI. So I feel like I can speak with some certainty about some of the issues regarding the use of this location by dignitaries. That location is one way in and one way out. It's a choke point and it's an egress. It's not good as well if there is a fire hazard. Should an emergency occur, you don't want to put a high value target at that location. There's no possibility for this location of establishing a safe room. There's no ability to drop off dignitaries with vehicles at the front entrance due to the incredibly high foot traffic of the pedestrians in the area. There's no possibility to do counter surveillance in the area. There's so much foot traffic in that area that there would be no way to differentiate friend from foe because there is so much traffic in that area. One of the things that they do when they establish a pattern of dignitaries is who's there, who's coming in, who has access. And quite frankly, from the security footage that we viewed, there are literally hundreds of people that pass by that location within minutes. Foot traffic I've talked about is incredibly high. Keeping an eye on a dignitary in that location with foot traffic, it's next to impossible. Due to the location, medical and or fire emergency would be hindered because again, getting in and out can be problematic. The balcony area creates an issue if a dignitary is out there, depending on the threat level. There's no standoff range. And when I say that, I quite frankly mean that if a dignitary is on that location or a high value target, they are within pistol range. In addition to being within pistol range, they have access to long barrels because of the large area out front that is completely vacant. And lastly, there's no personnel or staging area for vehicles. And it's going to be hard to establish an outer perimeter, which is what you want for any high value target. So I really don't think that this is a good place to put any high level dignitary.
Okay, but my question was on gratuitous donations. So can you talk about that?
I didn't think this would be FBI files and shooter. And and
There's a lot of talk about.
Because I never mentioned anything about.
I just wanted to.
I said it was used as an event historically, but notables and dignitaries and celebrities would go. I don't know of any dignitaries who've ever stayed there. I've been to the investment dignitaries at places that are much more open than that.
So with regard to the Louisiana Constitution, there's something called the Cabela test, and the use of this apartment is should pass a 3-pronged test. So the use of the apartment should be for a public purpose, clearly a public purpose. The second one is the use of the apartment must not appear to be gratuitous. So having people go there in the middle of the night, having family members stay over, that's gratuitous. And lastly, and this is going to be the most difficult part, in my opinion, for any board to overcome, the public has to have a reasonable expectation of receiving a benefit in the amount of the money transferred. In this case, the city has said it is committed to obtaining fair market value for all publicly owned property. Placing this apartment on the rent rolls would honor the commitment the city has said repeatedly to obtain fair market value for all publicly owned property. In this case, the public has a reasonable expectation of receiving a benefit equal to the amount transferred. In this case, it's $2,900 every month, as well as $5,000 to $6,000 a year for utilities. And I also want to touch base with the use of this apartment appears to be, and it appears to duplicate a public purpose. For instance, City Hall is a half a mile away. The home rule charter states that the mayor's office shall be in City Hall. Gallery Hall is the official reception place for the mayor and provides a superior venue for any event.
No, I appreciate that, but my question was purely the legal issue of gratuitous donation. I think that anytime that we're disposing or using a city property, I think the law is clear that you have to get fair market value for that use. So I think on a legal basis, there's under the law of gratuitous donation, the issue is pretty clear that if you're going to give a city property or use a city property to any entity, that you need to get fair market value or some public benefit for use of that property. And that's all I wanted clarification.
Yeah, but more specifically, the public value has to be the benefit of what that apartment could rent for, in this case, $2,900 a month, every month.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that was.
I think our attorney has some potential wording clarification that could satisfy some of the concerns here. Adam?
We're working on it now, but generally speaking, on lines 2 and 3 of the written amendment that the council members have, if we strike the words periodic residential, and on the third to last line, we strike the word residential, that eliminates the residential use. And if one was so inclined, you could outright prohibit overnight stays in a standalone sentence.
Yeah, I think that Adam, as we were talking, that's a sentence that I would want at the end, that overnight stays are prohibited. And I would also mention that the way that this whole piece of legislation is already written, and Adam, or Ashley, please correct me if I'm wrong, that any future mayor could also say that they do not want to utilize this apartment in any way and turn it back over to the board to be able to rent and collect dollars going back into the coffers if necessary. Is that correct?
So it's at the city's, the may means that it's at the city's discretion. So it would be at the mayor, although I think it would be subject to direction, additional direction by the council if a future council chose to legislate in that area.
Would you need explicit language in there then to clarify that any future mayor could decide on their own to relinquish the apartment and give it back into the board's hands to rent out?
It's implicit. If you wanted to make it explicit, I think after the word city in the very second word, you could say at the mayor's discretion, at which point then I think it's clear.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the amendment to the amendment?
I think it would be useful to everyone who's following this if you could actually read what we're voting on.
Okay.
It seems like there's amendments to the amendment to the amendment, and I think there needs to be a clear articulation of what the current amendment actually will read as.
Agree.
Adam is writing it right now. He's just adding that final sentence.
And I guess, Mr. President, and I almost hate bringing this up in the middle of the meeting. I appreciate what we're trying to do today, which is be fair and provide a semblance of balance to everything. And I would like to think about maybe implementing a rule about when amendments get due. So that way we have ample time to negotiate them. I realize sometimes things will happen on the dais, and I think we're making them better right now. But I know I've had legislation before, past council, this council, where an amendment comes late. And I think what we're all trying to do is streamline this for the public.
And you and I have talked about that before, because a lot of times we're bombarded with amendments at the last minute. And you know, if that rule could be fair and apply to everyone, then I think that's actually the best way to do it. And I apologize for my amendment was passed around yesterday, and the other amendments is just an attempt to try to correct the language that Councilmember Marino and Councilmember Harris said. I don't have a problem deferring it. And it's probably the best thing to do so that we could get it right, so that the public could read it, Inspector General could read it, and everyone else could be clear. I mean, that's what, so I do apologize for any lateness. that I impacted.
With all due respect to all parties present, this bill was pre-filed 2 weeks ago. So if amendments are coming in 24 hours before the meeting, I do not want to start the practice of, if a bill is properly filed 2 weeks before a council meeting, that we start deferring bills because we're hashing out last minute amendments. So my preference as the author of the underlying bill would be to vote on it today and to not have this languishing on the agenda for another 2 weeks.
I think we have it written out, Mr. President, so that we could address your concerns. And I know you worked very, very hard on this, and I do apologize, but I don't want to upset anybody's legislative agenda. I was just trying to find a little medium based on some history and based on maybe we could actually do the things that you and the general are concerned about, but also continue some of the other use. And I think we have the language.
So new subsection D would read, the city at the mayor's discretion may reserve not more than one residential dwelling unit owned or controlled by the city or by a public benefit corporation exclusively for use by the mayor or by visiting dignitaries, provided that nothing herein shall authorize residential occupancy by any person. Any unit so reserved shall be maintained and managed by the Department of Property Management, and the payment of rent shall not be required. That the use authorized by this subsection must be directly attendant to the performance of the mayor's official duties or directly related to a city event or other public purpose. Overnight stays shall be prohibited.
Move adoption of the amendment. Second by Councilmember Green.
Okay, wait. Adam, is this the amendment to the amendment that you just read?
This is a substitute amendment.
Substitute amendment.
From Councilmember Thomas.
Okay.
Second, Green.
Vote your machines.
We just did. So
6 yeas and 1 nays, and the amendment is approved. Mr. Chairman, on the piece as amended, Councilmember Morrell.
Ladies and gentlemen, I yield to the will of the council. I do think, and I will say this definitively, this is a mistake and this will be exploited at some point in the future. And it's better than what we have, but it doesn't address the underlying issue. I move adoption as amended.
Cards.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burnside has his card placed to talk. Okay.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. When I read the first calendar number 34-125, I had my hope go up. And when I read my motion 23-160, my hope went down. So I got schooled at Nora board meeting the other day. I got taught that workforce housing isn't what I thought it was. Workforce housing apparently is just code words for 120% of AMI. I used to think workforce housing meant that you as an employer provided some housing for your workforce. Doesn't mean that. Apparently the last people to do that was Disney. So when I read an ordinance to amend and reordain section blah, 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 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to residential occupancy of city-owned property by city employees and elected officials, and otherwise to promote respect thereto, I thought maybe you're going to offer housing to poor people. You know, like sanitation people. People that clean up after us. No, it just turns out we're going to talk about the mayor all day. But here's the deal. If somebody does want to talk about Section 8 housing or homeless families living in the Portobello building, I think that'd be really cool. I'd be on board for that, even if it is only one way in a fire hazard.
There are also several council members with their buttons pressed who wish to speak to us on this one or the previous one.
We're about to vote on the motion as amended. I have a comment on the final vote before we vote final.
Okay, council members, before y'all do y'all discussion, I need to say that the original amendment that was done is being withdrawn. And we're going to substitute the motion, the amendment that Adam read into the record. And that will be what is going to be instituted in this ordinance as amended once y'all vote on it. So the original amendment was withdrawn, and we're going to have a substitute motion amendment that was read into the record, and that will be what will go into the ordinance once we do it.
Mr. Green.
Right. So just for clarification's sake, we've already voted on that amendment and we're about to vote on the final. I just want to be on the record as a member of the French Market Corporation because the word French Market Corporation or the phrase has been used a bit. The French Market Corporation does not manage the unit that is referred to as the mayor's unit, whatever that might be. It's important that, you know, especially with the success of the French Market Corporation, even including this weekend's events on the utilization of facilities belonging to the city managed by the French Market Corporation. It's important that the members of the public not be not have misinformation relative to the French Market Corporation's role. 40 years ago, a number of units were transferred from the Upper Pontalba Building Corporation to the French Market Corporation for management. One unit was not. It is this unit, which is called the mayor's unit. So it's important to recognize that where we're moving forward to involve the French Market Corporation more actively in the management of this unit, the French Market Corporation, and I take note of a particular sentence, it doesn't change where we're going, and it's important to get where we're going. But when there's a reference to the French Market Corporation's inability to demonstrate a public benefit or value to the continued reservation of the unit for the mayor's use, the French Market Corporation, that is not their job. It is to manage the units that are brought forth to it by the city of New Orleans or the city council and putting in place what the city council wants. So what we're addressing today by motion is telling the French Market Corporation to manage this particular unit, but that has not been the case in the past. And when I referred 2 weeks ago at a French Market Corporation meeting to the fact that we needed to address this issue, one of the concerns was it wasn't managed by the French Market Corporation, but expenditures are placed on the property that were paid for by the French Market Corporation. So we're moving closer to resolving an important issue, but as a member of that board and knowing how hard that staff works, it's important not to have misinformation relative to the French Market Corporation. I want the public to be in the, I want the public to have the right information. The French Market Corporation does not manage the mayor's unit.
I want to apologize for my earlier outburst. I want to be very candid in how I appreciate and how things are going to move going forward on this measure. Just to be clear, and this is why the ordinance was brought in its original prospect, I was trying to get the city of New Orleans and the mayor's office out of the position of having a Pontalba apartment. You have prohibited overnight stays. You have not prohibited parties that go the whole night and no one stays there, for example. You still will have a unit at the use of future mayors for whatever does not constitute an overnight stay. And when that happens, I want everyone to look at the tape of this meeting and see we had an opportunity to solve this problem and get the city out of a headache. And instead we just turned it into a different one. I appreciate it's better than what we have, but we can do better than this as a council. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, the measure is adopted. Madam Clerk, I've been advised by council that we no longer need the resolution that accompanies it, so I'll withdraw that resolution. We now have executive session. Madam Clerk.
On page 11, the executive session, a notice is hereby given that pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 4216 and 4217 A2, the Council of the City of New Orleans may convene an executive session during its April 20th, 2023 regular meeting for the purpose of discussing the following litigation: LaShawn Jones et al. Versus Marlon Guzman et al. Civil action number 12859, Section 1, Division 1, United States Court for the Eastern District of Louisiana, Judge Lance M. Africk, Magistrate Judge North. And number 2, United States of America versus City of New Orleans, civil action number 12 CV 01924, Section 1, Division 2, United States District Court for the Eastern District of Louisiana, Judge Susie Morgan. We need to vote to go into executive session, please.
I move that we move into, we only have 4 people. 5? Oh, okay, I move that we move into executive session,
Okay.
seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye.
All right. 601.
original email.
I think I lost, but I mean, I.
It's just one sheet of paper, it's an email.
From the guy out of town. She gave it to me. Wait, I said, I used the word law.
Yeah, wait, no, he want to go to that now. Are we ready?
I think we're ready, Madam Clerk.
Okay, roll call. Councilmember Thomas. Here. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Morrell.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next up, as previously discussed, Madam Clerk, we'll take that item for Mr. Green out of order.
We're gonna go to page 46.
Thank you.
We have a resolution R 23-166 by council members Green, Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, and Thomas, encouraging the state legislature to authorize reimbursement of the $6.8 million paid by Road Home Program recipients and encouraging the state to stop any further collection of funds from recipients who entered into payment plan agreements.
I appreciate the support of all of my council members who have joined with me on this resolution. This resolution is something that is addressing something that I see every day, especially in my district in certain areas where there are still large swaths of land that, you know, haven't been redeveloped because the Road Home Program was poorly administered and contributed to population declines. Certainly, I'm working on doing whatever we can, but it's unfortunate that we have a system that was so disproportionately affecting in a negative way certain communities and especially African-American communities. It's unreasonable for the state to come back after 18 years and demand money that was granted to citizens. I think the council is on record saying that that's important. For example, if the government had not been a party to the lawsuits, the statute of limitations would have run out. It's unfair to forgive debts without returning the money to those who paid into that system. But it's important for me to recognize that they struggle to pay into the system. My goal as a city council member, and I know that other council members join me in this goal because they've signed on to this resolution, is to do all I can to strengthen communities in our city. Returning those communities, those funds, those monies is going to wind up in those monies going into low and moderate income communities because of the unfairness of the Road Homes Program. And I believe it is a necessary step. So it calls on the state legislature to take the necessary steps to reimburse homeowners who use road home monies for necessary expenses after Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. The state has admitted that the $30,000 grants were not sufficient to raise homes. That's on record. And the court has determined that road home representatives told grant recipients they could use them funds for other repairs. But we wanted them to use them for other repairs. It didn't even have to be told. That was an important part of rebuilding. Since the money should have never been collected in the first place, it's only appropriate that the homeowners who paid back monies to avoid liens being placed on their homes be reimbursed. Again, I emphasize that I appreciate the support of the council. We have comments from Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Councilman Green. I appreciate you bringing this resolution and giving us the opportunity to co-author it. As far back as 2006, when I was in the legislature and we had the Road Home Recovery Committee, it was obvious at that point when Office of Community Development was working with ICF, the very poor administrator of the program, that was given, I believe, a net 30% off the top of all proceeds from Hurricane Katrina to manage the program, that OCD viewed road home recipients as future criminals. That went back as far as when we were the only state that required you to take pictures and to basically fingerprint yourself before you were allowed access to a home grant. In those meetings, legislators railed against OCD through the entire Jindal administration over all of the minutia and attempts to disenfranchise homeowners. I remember in those meetings having the conversation years ago about the fact that the amount of money being given for elevation grants was never going to be sufficient to actually raise homes. I remember in those meetings, OCD saying, we're going to give homeowners flexibility. And at every turn, whenever they had the ability to interpret a policy to put a homeowner at fault, they absolutely did so. More importantly, as other states, we were the only state that sought to use the federal government as an excuse to over-police the people receiving money and to egregiously pursue them for refunds. The legislature actually passed resolutions demanding the governor make OCD request that road home grants be forgiven because OCD would not do it on its own. And whereas other states all requested the grants to be forgiven and pursued every opportunity, OCD took the opportunity at every instance to say, homeowners owe this money to government and need to pay it back. What's particularly egregious is this was a state agency punishing homeowners for federal money. This wasn't even money that came out the state coffers. It was pass-through money. And the obsession of the Office of Community Development in punishing and criminalizing road home grantees culminated with hiring this law firm to egregiously pursue residents using some of the most vicious and reprehensible credit collection tactics. Many residents paid money they knew they didn't have for reimbursement they didn't owe because this law firm did the typical trifecta of, we're going to garnish your wages and report you to credit agencies. And then on top of all that, the homeowners who were forced into repayment versus the ones that didn't, they're now the ones being punished because the ones who fought tooth and nail because they couldn't afford to pay or just said, I'm not going to do this and were obstinate and rolled the dice, they came out with a windfall because now it's forgiven. But those homeowners, when they were told erroneously by the state, you owe money you don't owe, who took out mortgages, who spent money they didn't have in college funds, retirement fees, they spent all this money to try and do the right thing. Now the state's telling them to go pound sand. I think it's beyond reprehensible that the legislature hasn't already done something, because this legislature is currently sitting on a historic surplus. The amount of money to reimburse these homeowners is a drop in the bucket. And I sincerely hope that many legislators, and I say that not just from New Orleans, I'm sure our delegation is in wholesale support. The real issue is legislators from around the state need to do the right thing. And I hope this resolution is the first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. I'll move to adopt this resolution, and in doing so, want to ask those who are watching in the media to emphasize the word fairness. Our citizens deserve to be treated in a more fair manner. And thank you, Councilmember President Morrell, for those moving comments. 6 yeas and no nays, the resolution passes and is a matter of city record now. And thank you very much for your support. And I think our citizens also for their patience, and those who are sincerely interested in the city of New Orleans and the measures that they took to rebuild. Thank you very much. 18 years, there will never be an end to us responding in a way that tries to be fair to those who suffered so much during Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. Thank you very much.
We're now going to go to page 4, the consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from William T. Salmaron, Chief of New Orleans Emergency Medical Service, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. On top of page 5, we have a communication from Heather Cooper, AIA in Carr, Rosa Wards, Architect, 502 Frenchman Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May 11. Communication from Zachary Smith, owner, Zach Smith Consulting and Design, 2516 Upper Line Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May the 11th. We have a communication from Ian F. Taylor, 6028 Benjamin Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May the 11th. On top of page 6, we have a communication from Elizabeth Hallman, Director of Land Use, Councilmember Leslie Harris, District B, 3425 through 27 and 3427A South Liberty Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, May 11th. We have a communication from Elizabeth Home, Director of Land Use, Councilmember Leslie Harris, District B, 705 Common Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May the 11th. We have a communication from Nicole Weber, Weber Consulting, 1437 St. Andrew Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May the 11th. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Nicole Weber, Weber Consulting, 420 South Galvez Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, May the 11th. We have a communication from Ricardo A. Rivera, Rock Management LLC, 610 David Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May the 11th. We have a report of Stella Zisman, Independent Police Monitor, Office of the Independent Police Monitor. This should be marked received. On top of page 8, we have a communication, a resolution R 23-150 by Council Members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Joint Utility Table Keller Communications and Technology Committee, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environmental Committees recommended approval. We have Resolution R 23-151 by Council Members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Joint Utility Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environmental Committee recommended approval. On top of page 9, we have motion M 23-152 by Council Members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Joint Utility Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environmental Committee recommended approval. We have Resolution R 23-153 by Council Members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Joint Utility Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environmental Committee recommended approval. We're on top of page 10. We have motion M 23-154 by Council Members Thomas, Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, and Green. The Joint Utility Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environmental Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Mr. Burnside, you'd like to speak?
I take occasion from now and then to learn from my council persons. I have learned something from Councilman Green, which is public announcements are sometimes useful. Yesterday, a lady walked around my neighborhood with me and we looked at some utility poles. She took some digital photos with her fancy camera. I hope she bugs the chairperson of the Public Utilities Commission. I misspoke, Public Utility Committee with some of those. I don't know if she will or not. We saw a couple telephone poles hanging in midair, 3-foot sections dangling in midair. We saw some really seriously rotted telephone poles that are sort of amazing, really, if you take a look at them for yourself. I hope as the future unfolds that the city council will take up its obligation to regulate its public utilities, because the council president and the council vice president took me to school when I mentioned Jonathan Rhodes' name here some time ago. It would be good if the people of the city could use 311 to report utility pole problems, and it would be good if
significant rated 1.5-story residential building for property located at 2127 Esplanade Avenue. We need to suspend the rules to receive this communication because we left it off of the agenda.
I'll move to suspend the rules. All right. Second by Councilmember Thomas, please vote your machines as we wait for a quorum. 4 yeas waiting for a quorum.
Thank you.
5 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended. Do we have to have another motion to add to the agenda? I will move to add this item to the agenda. Second by Councilmember Thomas, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The item is added to the agenda for consideration.
We on page 12. We have a comment, Director of Land Use Council Member Leslie Harris, District B, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following tax exemption applications. RTA 2020-200213, 2740 St. Louis Street, North to St. Louis LLC. RTA 2023-002, 2515 Canal Street, Crescent Care Mid-City LLC. We have resolution R 23-156 by Councilmember Harris, a resolution approving RTA application 2020-213 for 2740 St. Louis Street, North to St. Louis LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Both of these RTAs came with a unanimous recommendation for approval. 2740 St. Louis Street took an abandoned warehouse and converted it into multiple office spaces. And 2515 Canal Street is a building on Canal Street that is being updated to house Crescent Care's federally qualified healthcare center in the heart of Mid-City. Are there any online and public comments? I'll move. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. Thank you, everyone.
The next resolution is R 23-157 by Councilmember Harris, a resolution approving RTA application 2023-0002 for 2515 Canal Street, Crescent Care Mid-City LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My comments were for both 2740 St. Louis Street and 2515. I'm going to move. Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. 5 yeas. Thank you.
We're on top of page 13. We have the VCC appeal of Nikki Swansky. This has been withdrawn per the applicant's request. On top of page 14, we have 7465 through 7467 Pitt Street has been deferred to May 11th. On top of page 15, all matters, the legislative group and zoning docket 323, as well as motion line over M 23-138 have been deferred to May 11th. On top of page 16, we have zoning docket 523 has been withdrawn per the applicant's request. On top of page 17, we have a legislative grouping. We have zoning docket 1623 NOLA Lodging Group LLC requesting a conditional use to permit a curb cut along Convention Center Boulevard and a multimodal pedestrian corridor overlay. The public right-of-way adjacent to Square 27, Lot B-2 and the First Municipal District bounded by Convention Center Boulevard, Callio Street, Guyanee Street, and South Pierce Street. Municipal address is 351 Callio Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 2 provisos. We have motion M23-158 by Councilmember Harris, granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 1623, subject to 2 provisos set forth by the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the request for a curb cut on Convention Center Boulevard. Stephen, will you brief us on the staff report?
Sure. So this application has to do with a new construction hotel on Convention Center. It's going to be a 173 unit hotel. It is at the intersection of Convention Center and Calliope. Convention Center is a street where you cannot establish a new curb cut except through the conditional use process. And so the curb cut is for a circular drop off. There's no ability for street drop off. Both streets bounding the site have no parking lane. And certainly the hotel, given its size, has a need for loading and unloading activity. As part of this, the Planning Commission reached out to DPW as is required by the zoning ordinance and asked if the curb cut could be located on Calliope Street, which is not a street that has restrictions on curb cuts. DPW responded that due to the infrastructure and presence of a double sidewalk, that is not an appropriate location for a curb cut. And with that in mind, the Planning Commission supports the curb cut on Calliope. It's really the only place it can be located. I will note that there is a requirement as a proviso that this be designed in essentially the way that is most conducive to pedestrian activity. The curb cut has to be as narrow as possible while also being able to receive a car. And then the sidewalk has to be patterned or textured in a way that it visually communicates that it's a pedestrian space. And what that does is it tells cars to slow down, be aware of pedestrians, and allows pedestrians to safely proceed through the sidewalk. And so really, this is a effort to balance both the pedestrian needs along the site with the hotel's need to receive vehicles. And with that consideration, the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you. I know there was an initial issue with the report, which Mr. Burnside pointed out to my office. And as Stephen said, curb cuts are prohibited on Convention Center Boulevard unless DPW can provide proof that there is no other option other than to have a curb cut on Convention Center Boulevard. The evidence from DPW was not originally included in the report, but I've been able to review the judgment made by DPW, and I concur with their judgment. Mr. Burnside, I know you have a public comment followed by Mary Gilmore.
Well, Councilwoman, it's finally nice to disagree with you. I was beginning to wonder if I was just your twin brother or something. I do disagree with you, but you have the power. People elect you. They don't elect me, partly because you're much kinder than I am. I will say that if we're going to make a cut on Convention Center Boulevard, which I don't agree with, but if we are, sort of two things remain to be considered as we move forward. One of which is the hotels are somewhat like the city-owned buildings. We don't tie affordable housing into conditional uses. And quite frankly, we should. We are where we are because we've done what we've done. If we keep doing what we've done, we'll keep being where we are. So if we desire to be somewhere else, maybe we need to do something else. And, poor people need access to water. And if the capitalistic market is charging $100 a drink of water because you die without it, that may make all the sense in the world from a capitalistic point of view, but from a democratic government point of view, it doesn't make any sense at all. So if you're going to have hotel cleaners and workers commuting for an hour to get to a job and then an hour to get back home, don't be surprised if they have a little bit of an attitude problem. I think that businesses should provide old-fashioned Disney-style workforce housing on site. And I think we need to start thinking about that. Just like we need to start thinking about city buildings, providing housing for people who work in the city, live in the city, and love the city. So I think we're making an error by not negotiating with the developer. And I certainly think DPW made an error. I've been to 351. They have a curb cut on Callipy, and certainly Buster's across the street is a corner lot, just like this is a corner lot. They cut one of each street instead of putting everything on one street. I think the developer had options and could have used them if he had been pressured to by the city by a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Mary Gilmore.
Good afternoon, Mary Gilmore, Campo Architects. This matter does pertain to a new hotel on Convention Center Boulevard. The hotel itself is allowed by right, including zoning, height, area, setbacks. This matter just pertains to a new curb cut in order to allow an off-street drop-off for the hotel. Convention Center Boulevard, being a multimodal pedestrian corridor, does not allow for new curb cuts, but it also does mandate that the building entry face the street, face Convention Center Boulevard. So we're requesting a conditional use to allow this curb cut for the guest drop-off zone. Really, the intent here is to keep traffic moving along Convention Center Boulevard and not block it up. There's several existing hotels that have very similar curb cut drop-off zones, establishing a precedent. And the proposed plans were presented to the City Planning Commission and received unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any online comments or comments from the dais? Okay, I've moved. I need a second. Councilmember Jeruso. Five yeas, motion passes. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 18, a legislative grouping. We have zoning docket 2023 Old House Investments LLC requesting a conditional use to permit a wine shop in an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district on square 213, lot A in the 6th municipal district, bounded by Magazine Street, A-Line Street, Forsyth Street, and Constant Street. Municipal addresses 3500 through 3502 Magazine Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We have motion M23-159 by Councilmember Harris, granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket number 2023, subject to 3 provisos set forth by the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve a conditional use request for a wine shop at 3500 Magazine Street where Spirit One is operating. They currently sell wine but cannot have tastings on site because consumption is not allowed without this additional conditional use request. Stephen, can you brief us?
Yeah, that's right. This is a site of Spirit Wines. They are simply seeking to shift classifications from a retail store to a wine store. That wine shop classification allows for limited on-site consumption and tasting. Outside of that, no real substantive change to the operations. There was no opposition expressed at the Planning Commission public hearing, and the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Great, thank you. Any online or in-person comments? If not, I will move. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 5 yeas. Thank you.
Hey, on top of page 19, we have all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,893 has been deferred to May 11. Ordinance calendar number 34,017 has been deferred to June 22nd and referred to the Government Affairs Committee. On top of page 20, ordinance calendar number 34,046 has been deferred to May 11 and referred to the Community Development Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,057 by Councilmember Morrell, an ordinance to ordain Article 15 of Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, consisting of Section 2-1200 to provide relative to emergency declarations and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment.
Thank you. Adam, can you go over the amendment, please?
I'm gonna read the amendment into the record. Okay. We have an amendment by Councilmember Morrell. Number 1, page 1, line 10, after the word copy, add the preposition of. Number 2, page 1, delete lines 11 through 17 in their entirety and insert the following in lieu thereof. B, a declaration of emergency shall expire 90 days after issuance unless it is continued. A declaration of emergency cannot be continued or modified unless the mayor or a designee of the mayor appears before the council's governmental affairs committee before the expiration of the declaration with the following. 1, initial reason or reasons for the issuance of the declaration emergency. 2, reason or reasons why continuance or modification is in the best interest of the city. 3, details on an emergency related procurement. And 4, responses to questions regarding any matter germane to the declaration. That is the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment just gives clarification to the underlying ordinance, and I will reserve my comments for the full ordinance when it comes up if the amendment's adopted. I'll move for adoption of the amendment. Second by Councilman Moreno, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, the amendments are adopted. So the underlying ordinance is very straightforward. Last year, we were able to discern that there has been kind of an ongoing practice of emergencies lingering for several years, emergency declarations without any apparent requirement that there be a public discussion as to why an emergency declaration is continuing. One example of that would be the data breach went on for about 18 months to 2 years. One of the Hard Rock emergency declarations, I believe, is still in effect. And basically all of this says is that after 90 days, after emergency declaration is declared, that there has to be a public accounting as to why we're still doing it. And the council will have the opportunity to continue the emergency declaration. So that's all it does. It's something that many other cities do. Very few cities have open-ended declarations that go on into perpetuity. So that's what the ordinance does. Are there any cards, any online comments? All right, hearing none, I will move ordinance as amended. Second by Council Vice President Moreno, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The ordinance is adopted as amended.
On top of page 21, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,091 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,092 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 22, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,093 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,094 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 23, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,095 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,096 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 24, ordinance calendar number 34,109 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to ratify the execution and delivery by the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation of Amendment Number 1 to lease between the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation and the Southern Yacht Club, which is attached here too as Exhibit A, and which amends the lease dated May 6, 2002. Pursuant to which the city of New Orleans leased to Southern Yacht Club certain premises adjacent to property owned by Southern Yacht Club, which premise is known as Area A, according to drawing J 79-001-06 by J.J. Krebs and Son, Inc., Civil Engineers and Surveyors, dated December 28, 1984, and which consists of 3 parcels labeled parcels A1, A2, A3. On said drawing, the demised premises and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On top of page 25, we have a legislative group, and since the amendment is on the agenda, I will not read it into the record. We have ordinance calendar number 34,113 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 159-3 and 159-5, and to ordain section 159-6 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to adjust the number of billing cycles before the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans forfeits the bill, required notice of meter reading, required deferred payment arrangement, to provide that the Council Utilities Regulatory Office review appeals for completeness, and to establish enforcement procedures of the judgment for the Sewage and Water Board of the New Orleans billing appeals respectively. And there's an amendment by Council members Morrell, Jeruso, and Thomas, and I will read the brief. This amendment is to require that city council decisions on appeals be transmitted to the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans within 15 days, to change the deadline for the enforcement of judgments to within 2 billing cycles of the judgment date rather than hearing date, and to otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Madam Clerk, take up the amendment first.
Yeah.
I'll move on the amendment. Druso seconds on the amendment. Please vote your machines on the amendment. 5 yeas, noes, and nays. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Burnside, you have comments on the ordinance?
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So I made a comment about $100 water and capitalism, and how if you really need something, there's a difference between need and desire. If you're in the middle of a desert and you're dying, you'll pay a lot for water. There was a TED Talk years ago talking about this and that and the other thing. The guy said the best of us would be beside the road selling fruit if certain infrastructure wasn't here. And we went on and talked about plastic buckets and how people carry water for an hour one way, just so that they can bring water to their family. So Sewage and Water Board is hard to defend. They seem to shoot themselves in the foot regularly. There was a newspaper article today about oil drops falling out of the sky. And, you know, if oil was falling on my house, I'd be a little pissed at Sewage and Water Board also. But the bottom line is they supply something that's the foundation for our civilization here, which is potable water. We drink it, we cook in it, we shower in it. We don't have it, the city's not here.
Don't matter.
So to forfeit bills and other kinds of things may be necessary in the short run, but in the long run, people got to pay for their water. Not going to be provided for free forever. And if you don't have a plan moving forward for a functional Sewage and Water Board to actually continue to work, the day is going to come when it may cease working. I mean, I talked to a gentleman who was like 70 plus years old, and he was still working for the Sewage and Water Board. It's not that 70-year-olds can't do work. It's that old pumps need to be replaced. Instead of having pumps continually use the wrong kind of electricity in the modern era, you need to get new pumps that use the correct electricity, because all you're doing is generating electricity nobody else can use. Your transformers, your new substation, all these things cost you money you could have been buying brand new pumps with. because pumps die just like buildings die. I mean, the day is going to come when they don't work. So if nobody's got a plan, it's all going to fall apart, and nobody's going to buy our houses when we all hit the road and get out of here.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Are there any other comments, any online comments? Hearing none, I'll move to adopt the ordinance as amended. Second by Councilmember Druso. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The ordinance is adopted as amended.
On top of page 27, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,117 is deferred to May 11 and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,118 has been deferred to May 11 and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 28, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,119 has been deferred to May 11 and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,121 has been referred to the Budget Committee and deferred to May 11. We're on top of page 30. We have ordinance calendar number 34,128. So we're passing Councilmember King stuff, or what's going on? Okay. On top of page 31. We have ordinance calendar number 34,130 by Councilmember Thomas and Jeruso. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Opioid Abatement Administration Corporation, a nonprofit corporation of the state of Louisiana, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of funding local efforts to address and mitigate the impacts of the opioid crisis in the city, as more fully detailed in a cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I move adoption. Opioid Mitigation Fund. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Vote your machines, please. 5 yeas, no nays. It's approved.
We have ordinance calendar number 34,132 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend section 70-415.316 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to administration of the New Orleans Recreation and Cultural Fund through an external entity, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this simply seeks to amend one part of the ordinance as we are in the midst of perfecting our agreement with the Greater New Orleans Foundation to have access to the grant writing portion of distributing these funds. We identified some language that made perfecting the CEA problematic, and this seeks to correct that language so that we can have a direct CEA with GNOF so that we can get these grants out and get the process going as quickly as possible. That's what the ordinance does. I move to adopt.
We need one more.
Say like Councilmember Green, we are waiting for a quorum. Please vote your machines, members. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, no nays. The ordinance is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,133 has been deferred to May 11 and referred to the Transportation Committee. We're on page 32. You want to do yours now?
Michelle, is everybody here who needs to be here, or we need to wait 10 more minutes? All right, we're gonna wait 10 more minutes, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Thank
I'll go down to the bottom of the page. We have ordinance calendar number 34,135 has been deferred to May 11 and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 33, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,136 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,137 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 34, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,138 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,139 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 35, we have ordinance calendar number 34,140 has been deferred to May 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. We have ordinance calendar number 34,141 by council members Harris and Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Louisiana Music and Heritage Experience, Inc. for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of the preservation and education of the history of music in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in a cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this ordinance will replace the previously passed CEA between the city and the Music Museum with some corrections that needed to be addressed. Just as a refresher, this project is going to be highly impactful. It's anticipated to create 234 direct jobs and 1,000 indirect jobs, over 500,000 in annual visitors, about 100 million in local economic impact, and almost $5 million in local tax revenue. And it will have additional other impacts, including creation of educational opportunities and amenities, supporting the local music economy, which is so important as we sit here today, and enhancing the city's brand as both cultural and business hub. I have a comment from Michael Burnside. You know what? No, I got you for 143, so. Thank you. I'm gonna move. Seconded by Council Vice President. Whoa. I don't know what happened. I'll move again. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. 6 days. Thank you. It's okay.
On top of page 36, we have ordinance calendar number 34,142 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans City Park Improvement Association to allow for the construction and future maintenance of a play structure on ground adjacent to the Gurnan Brown Recreation Center located at 1001 Harrison Avenue of New Orleans within New Orleans City Park, as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,143 has been deferred to May 11th. On top of page 37, ordinance calendar number 34,144 has been deferred to May 11th. Legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,145 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to rename the entirety of North Russia Street between Jordan Avenue and Jabril Street to Shirley Taylor Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment. It says on page 2, after line 4, insert the following. Section 4, this ordinance will take effect July 3rd, 2023.
Move adoption of the amendment. Second by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas or nays, the amendment is adopted. The great Shirley Taylor move adoption of the ordinance as amended.
I'm a yay.
Moved Madam Clerk, moved by me, seconded by Green. Vote your machines. Five, six, yeas, no nays, the ordinance as amended is adopted. Charlie Taylor.
On top of page 38, ordinance calendar number 34,146 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement executed on March 29, 2021 between the city of New Orleans, the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans, and the NFT Group LLC to improve pedestrian access to new residential construction between the Lafitte Greenway and the Mid-City neighborhood by permitting NTF to construct a pedestrian bridge on North Guyerso Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, as more fully set forth in the amendment number 1 form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Page 39. We have a legislative grouping. Ordinance calendar number 34,148 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to rename Press Drive from Emmett W. Bashfield Boulevard through the intersection with Leon C. Simon Drive to the end of the public and or private drive as Suno Knights Drive, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Green. On page 2, after line 4, insert the following. Section 4, this ordinance will take effect September 1st, 2023.
Members, this is purely a technical matter. The council, I appreciate your support, already approved the renaming of Press Drive from Emmett Bashfield to the end of the street to Suno Knights Drive. And this ordinance is required with street renaming to effectuate the motion. And it does have an amendment which gives an effective date of September the 1st, because I really want Public Works to make that happen so that when the students come back for the new school year, they see the new street sign. So I move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much, members of the council.
That's only on your amendment.
Oh, sorry. That was the amendment. I move on the motion itself. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machines again, members. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much. Suno Knights Drive is a reality.
Legislative grouping on page 40, ordinance calendar number 34,149 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to rename Cadillac Street running from I-610 to Park Island Drive to Ron Eagle Way, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Green. On page 2, after line 4, insert the following. Section 4, this ordinance will take effect August 1st, 2023.
The same thing that I just said relative to Suno Knights Drive applies here to Ron Eagle's Way. Please, members, let's vote on. I move on the approval of the amendment, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Please, members, vote your machines. Yay. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much, members. And now we'll vote on the motion itself. I'll move for approval. Councilmember Thomas seconds again. Members, please vote your machines.
Yay.
Members, with this favorable vote 6-0, Ron Eagle's Way is effective and official now. Thank you.
We're now going to go back to page 32. We have ordinance calendar number 34,134 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to change the name of LC Forshey Park to Walter Wolfman Washington Memorial Park, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Hallelujah.
Well, members, I think this speaks for itself. I just want to say thanks, first of all, to everybody who supported this name change, many of whom are here today to support Wolfman, Washington, and also to the Neighborhood Association who wrote in
32.
favor of supporting this as well. So Michelle, would you like to come address us? And who spearheaded this effort?
And I'll try not to cry.
Yeah.
My name is Michelle Washington. Walter was my husband. He's been gone about 4 months now. I can't say how much I appreciate Councilman Giro's help with this. It means so much to us. And believe he's here. With that incredible grin of his, if you know his music, you know what it means to the city of New Orleans. He was one of your best ambassadors around the world. Wherever he went, the first thing he told people was how proud he was to be from New Orleans and how much it meant to him. And we did travel the world, but he was always glad to come home, and he played in the most undistinguished bars in this community, from Benny's and Dorothy's Medallion, the Dewdrop Inn, to Tipitina's and his 25-year residency on Saturday nights at the Maple Leaf, 17 years at DBA on Wednesday nights. He's part of the fabric of this city, and he loved it like no one else did. He lived in the neighborhood where this park is for the last 25 years of his life, within a couple of blocks of where he is. And bless his heart, he's there now. He's buried in St. Louis Cemetery number 3, just down the street from this park. He's grinning wherever he is. He's so excited about this, to being remembered by the people of this city and being honored. We're already planning a Wolfman howl for Halloween to celebrate his indomitable spirit and his love for this city. He finished an album just before he passed, just before he lost it. He had throat cancer, just before he lost his voice and his ability to swallow. And it's the most wonderful album. It's going to be released by the Tipitina Music in August. I'll make sure that you all get one because it's stunning in how beautiful it is. He received a Grammy from the Académie de Musique in Paris in 2018 for the best jazz album of the year. We were offered a trip to Paris, which Walter turned down because he'd just been asked to be king in Crew de Vue. And riding in that float at the head of that parade was, I've never seen anybody so happy and so thrilled to be where he was. He'd lived all his life and watched Mardi Gras parades, but had never ridden in a float. And there he was, king of a parade. We threw 5,000 cups in about a 26 block area. Our arms ached for days. But he's part of this city, and I so appreciate you recognizing him and giving him a place where his spirit can reside, where people can come and remember him and honor him. We're ready for a celebration on May 13th, the dedication of the park. His family, Troy Andrews, trombone shorty, is a cousin of his, James Andrews. He was raised with Ernie Cato, who's a first cousin. And part of this city will be at that party, and as will they. So I invite you to come and help us celebrate. Thank you very much for this opportunity to honor him and remember his indomitable spirit and that god awful grin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Well, I know all the people who live around now will be Walter Wolfman Washington Memorial Park are going to be excited to have Jazz Fest and to celebrate Walter right after that. And I think also only in New Orleans does somebody turn down a trip to Paris so they can be the king of a parade. Members, can I assume everybody would like to be as co-authors to this? Yes, everybody. So all present members, Madam Clerk. And with that, I will move for approval of the ordinance. Second by Council Member Thomas. Six yeas, no nays. Ordinance passes unanimously. Thank you all so much.
Ain't nobody fault but mine. That was my mama's favorite song. Wolfman.
Right.
Nobody fault.
On May 13th. I think so. Just a couple of the. Nope. The media sent something around. Did you get it? Yes. Get that? Huh? Oh, you just gonna not vote? Gotcha. Well, I didn't take my percentage, so I only asked them to look at all these, so maybe I'll tell them. Yeah, but come on, tell me where it is. Tell me where it came from. I said against it. I'm gonna ask you. Oh, you don't know? You really don't know? Okay. 'Cause I know sometimes conversations happen.
Council members, are we ready? We're on page 41. Resolution line over R23W has been deferred to May 11th. At the bottom of the page, motion line over M23-132 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, ratifying, confirming, and approving the mayor's reappointment of Elizabeth Bowe as a member of the Sanford, Sandy, Krasnoff, New Orleans Criminal Justice Council, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term that will expire on December 31st, 2023. The questionnaire was received. Government Affairs Committee recommended approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Six yeas, no nays.
On top of page 42. We have motion line over M23-133 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, ratifying, confirming, and approving the mayor appointment of Lawrence Timothy Lupin, Vice Stephanie Bruno as a member of the Historic District Landmarks Commission representing Uptown, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term that expire on June 30th, 2026.
Move to approve. Second by Councilmember Thomas. Waiting on one more. Five yeas, no nays. And thank Ms. Bruno for her service.
We're at the bottom of the page. We have motion M23-148 by Councilmember Morrell, requesting and authorizing the president of the council to sign an amendment to the professional service agreement by and between the New Orleans City Council and Barastos, Houston, Cooperman, Freeman, and Savard LLC, effective April 7, 2022, for legal services related to the Edward Wisner Trust, K22-113-16, extending the term of the agreement through April 6, 2024.
I'll move. Second by Councilmember Green. Please vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
On top of page 43, we have resolution R 23-149 by council members Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas by request, confirming the appointments and awards of scholarships of the aforementioned scholars selected by Mayor LaToya Cantrell to receive four-year scholarships to Tulane University are deemed to be well qualified and worthy of such selection under the criteria established in City Code Section 2-33C1, accordingly pursuant to the City Code Section 233C9. The five scholars selected by the mayor are Destiny M. Butler, Cy Academy, Council District A; Talon Michael Spears, The Willow, School Council District B; Carry-On Banks, Livingston Collegiate Academy, Council District C; Terry Peter Franklin, Kip Renaissance High School at Frederick A. Douglass High School, Council District D; and Mia R. Darby, Kip Renaissance High School at Frederick A. Douglass High School, Council District E.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to note what the administration told me, that all of these recipients are public high school seniors and our first generation college attendees. Their interests range from wanting to study engineering, physics, towards becoming an astronaut to envisioning a career in early childhood education. The group is made up of 3 women and 2 men, and they're all eager to contribute to the fabric of New Orleans. With that, I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Comment by Councilmember Green before we vote.
No, it was just a general comment, Councilman Jeruso, to those young people who might be watching us now, because I'm sure that they had an idea this was coming up. I want to congratulate them and to all other young people to continue to strive. These 5 youth are an example of the excellence that we have. And I'm just so grateful that they have been chosen for this scholarship opportunity, and I know that they will do well. But if they need any help, call on the council. We can help them. But I'm so pleased. That's all. Just want to say that.
Okay, 5 yeas, no nays.
Madam Clerk, the next item 49. I want to withdraw that, but I want a moment of personal privilege for about 3 minutes on that issue. Can I do that? We're going to withdraw this. And for my colleagues, this motion about, it turned into something more than I thought it would. Paul Matthews is one of a handful of African-American directors that lead port authorities throughout this country. We had toured the facility. We had met with other organizations that acknowledge African-American professionals, and in Jefferson Parish, I did a resolution some time ago, not only supporting him, but also supporting the deal that they were doing. My intent was just to acknowledge Mr. Matthews, Councilmember King, and here's this young brother who leads a port authority, who was only a handful in this country, and his a quest for regionalization, man, for expansion and for growth. So I was going to do a resolution just mainly to kind of give him a pat on the back and say, hey man, good job for, you know, wanting to grow. And then I understand that some council members here in New Orleans called the port of New Orleans to put them on alert about this particular issue, which was nothing really from me, but my intent wasn't to support the deal or the bond sale. That's up to the governor and the state and what they're doing. And it's unfortunate that I didn't pay better attention because it was included in the resolution. But allegedly, the port of New Orleans, they were up in a tizzy about this, about why we would be involved. And they say that some council members called them with some concerns. I wish they would have talked to me. I would have said I didn't, you know, and I'm not going to say who the names are, but I don't do that. I wish they would have asked me if there was a problem, because it was just my intent not to get involved in some other business outside the region, but just to say, hey man, we support this brother. We support that the fact that you want to get involved in the region. And so I apologize because I just thought it was mostly ceremonial. It should not have included all of the details of this bond sale with them. And I was not trying to do anything to overstep our boundaries or disrespect our port. So to the port officials in New Orleans, please forgive me for wanting to acknowledge this brother and do something regional that kind of looked like support. And for my colleagues who are upset, please forgive me for doing something that maybe you guys didn't think was right. And I will withdraw it. And if there's an opportunity to acknowledge Mr. Matthews in a ceremonial way, we'll do that in the future. So thank you, and I apologize.
So resolution R 23-155 has been withdrawn.
Comment card from Mr. Burnside.
Even though.
Even though if you want, even though I withdrew it, Mr. Burnside.
You're a very generous man, Mr. Thomas. Thank you for that. Normally I would sit down and not worry about it, but I have in the past come up here and mentioned how the little blurb that is written here doesn't always convey information to me that I need to make a decision on. And I thought that this blurb did provide me information that I wanted to act on, which is why I put in a card, right? And the blurb itself has an unfortunate truth. It doesn't mention Mr. Matthews at all by name.
Yeah,
It doesn't address him as a person.
Right.
It specifically says requesting the Louisiana Governor, John Bel Edwards, Louisiana State Treasurer, John M. Schroeder, and the State Bond Commission to support the issuance of bonds necessary to facilitate the sale of Avondale Global Gateway to Port of Southern Louisiana. So when I read that blurb, I feel comfortable putting in a card because I definitely have an opinion. But now that you both have withdrawn it and made it personal, my opinion sort of withers on the vine. But we circled back around to the blurbs not necessarily providing the information that I need to make an informed choice. So thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you. That was my mistake and oversight. Thank you.
All right, the clerk just sort of asked if with the at-large is gone, if I can help preside over the meeting, which I'm happy to do. And I'm happy.
So
All right, you guys okay with that?
E is way before E.
Well, we can rotate. I'm happy to see what happens.
No,
We can go motion by motion.
A.
All right, I'm going to add myself to item number 50, Madam Clerk.
Page 44, motion M 23-161 by Councilmember Morrell, adding Councilmember Jeruso, extending the interim appointment of Sarah McLaughlin Portis as acting director of the Department of Public Works for a period 120 days from date on which this instrument is adopted.
Thank you. Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. Oh, Councilmember, all right, I'm sorry, Councilmember. Mr. Burnside, we've elevated you in the absence of Councilmembers Moreno and Morel.
Yeah, he's councilman. And Councilmember Jeruso, I appreciate the communication I've had with Sarah McLaughlin Porteous. I'd like to be also added.
Okay, Councilmember Green as well, please. Mr. Bernstein, the floor is yours.
I also have had communication with a lady whose name I guess I'll butcher in public, Sarah McLaughlin Portis. She is a very pleasant person and I believe her to be competent. I hope like hell I'm not disproved on that. There's a lot of things on her plate that I've put there and some of them are taking more time than others, but she has a very pleasant personality, which goes a long way, actually.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. All right, 5 yeas and no nays.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion M 23-162 by Council Members Jeruso and Harris. Direct the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending and reordaining ordinance number 4,264 MCS, amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended. The comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend Article 18.30 University Area Off-Street Parking Overlay District. The intent of which is to require off-street vehicular parking for certain increases in the number of existing bedrooms and bathrooms. To expand the area of applicability to include additional neighborhoods, including parts of neighborhoods abounded by Front Street, Jefferson Avenue, South Claiborne Avenue, Toledano Street, Earhart Boulevard, and South Carrollton Avenue. Redefine bedroom to include a window or a door that opens to a space other than another sleeping room, bathroom, or toilet room. And require that every shared bedroom be at least 50 square feet for each occupant. Lower the threshold for off-street parking requirement for new construction or renovations from 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms to 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Redefine full bathroom to include a bathtub and or shower. Require new construction or renovation to include a common room, which cannot be a bedroom. Require that new parking spaces be a minimum of 8.5 feet wide by 18 feet long. Prohibit tandem parking. Recognize possible shared parking arrangements between adjacent lots and prohibit the raising of structures to accommodate off-street parking.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We've given you lots of abstracts to read today on my matters. I appreciate it. Colleagues, this is the second part of the interim zoning district, and this is to amend the parking overlay, as we've discussed many times. I've moved for approval. It's been seconded. I know we have one online comment. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
saw Ms. Curran waving her on.
The one comment for today is from Jane Carrier. She says, while the current regulations in effect are meant to deter developers by requiring additional off-street parking for each bedroom, they in fact discriminate against the traditional homeowner and or family who reside at their residence full time. Currently, a homeowner with an exemption cannot even add on bedrooms to accommodate more children or elderly parents without facing undue hardship, as in most cases, there is no off-street parking capability at all or no ability to add more. Any further restriction or expansion to other neighborhoods that do not allow for consideration of the traditional homeowner will simply drive out the families we want so much to stay and prevent families from investing in the neighborhood long-term. And that's it for the online comments.
Thank you. And we've been emailing with Ms. Carrier about this matter. All right, 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On top of page 45, we have motion M 23-163 by council members Thomas and Green, directing the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the city attorney to conduct a study and make recommendations regarding the addition of firearm sales as a use separate and distinct from retail goods establishment, and to make recommendations regarding potential zoning changes that would prohibit the sale of firearms within 1,000 feet of educational facilities.
Members of the council, our body has expressed our concerns relative to safety, relative to gun use, and responsibility relative to gun use. This is an attempt to get the City Planning Commission to look at the relation of the sale of guns near institutions of education, to see what we might do
1,000.
to help, right, 1,000 feet to help protect our citizens. But Councilman Thomas.
Thank you for, I mean, it's probably something all council members should be added to, Madam Clerk, unless there's some opposition. But just thank you for working with us on this, as well as all of our colleagues, an important issue. You can move adoption.
Okay. I move adoption. Any comments? I move adoption, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machines, members, on this motion. 5 yeas, no nays. Motion passes. Thank you. And we look forward to the report from the City Planning Commission.
We have motion M 23-164 has been deferred to May 11th. At the bottom of the page, we have motion M 23-165 by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, authorizing the president of the council to sign a contract with Hammerman and Gaynor LLC for a 1-year period with a maximum compensation of $600,000.
Members, this is an arrangement for outside firm to help us with the appeals coming from the sewage and water board billing. I've moved for approval, second by Councilmember Harris. Five yeas, no nays. Carries.
Going back to page 30. We have ordinance calendar number 34,128 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the McDonald Playground located at 1550 Test Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the West Fest Annual Parade event on Sunday, April 23rd, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. No, we have Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Hello, Councilman King. So we're back to little burps and having to go over and read. So you got 2 cards there. One, of course, is for number 24 and one is for number 25. And so on number 24, I'll just say that as the future unfolds, I hope that we go from the word all to 50%. It's not just a matter of respect. I have been through this with the entire council for a long time. People need to pay, and the more people see other people not paying, the less people want to pay, kind of like sewage and water bills. And I might as well just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In regards to number 25, thank you. I do appreciate the 50% there. It's a kindness and a courtesy to a value system that I believe I'm not the only one who holds. And I think most people who are invited to pay their fair share kind of sometimes do. So hopefully the whole community will come to believe that everybody can pay something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. At this time, make a motion to adopt, seconded by Councilman Jeruso. 4 yeas, no nays. 5 yeas.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Who moved in second, please?
I move Councilman Jeruso second.
Okay. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,129 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Tremade Recreation Center, Community Center, located at 1400 St. Philip Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Old and New Style Fellas Annual Parade event on April 23rd, 2023, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to specify the boundaries of said waiver and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion properly second by Councilman Green. We have motion machines, 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we can see it's on for Sunday. 2 big activities. Let's make them both.
Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
So moved. A second.
Seconded by Chairman Jeruso, voting machine. When you get 120 days, we gotta re-up you again. I would vote that be standing official though.
Just notice how fast we moved.
I vote you for standing president whenever our chief officials aren't here.
Ordinance on first readings. Ordinance calendar number 34,150 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 6636 to ordain section 6679 of the Code of the City of New Orleans in a Smoke-Free Air Act to create operating health and safety regulations for cigar bars and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number I'm missing 51. We went from 50 to 52. Oh, yeah, because we don't have. Okay, ordinance calendar number. Okay. Ordinance calendar number 34,152 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a wine shop in the HUB1 Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District on Square 213, Lot 8 in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Magazine Street, A-Line Street, Fauché Street, and Constant Street. Municipal address 3500 through 3502 Magazine Street, and otherwise to provide with respects thereto. Zoning docket number 2023. Ordinance calendar 34,153 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a standard restaurant in an HUB1 Historic Urban Residential Business District on Square 141, Lot 7 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by St. Mary Street, Camp Street, and Sophie Wright Place. Municipal address 1829 Sophie Wright Place, and otherwise to provide with respects thereto. Zoning docket 1123. Ordinance calendar 34,154 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to direct the Department of City Civil Service in accordance with Section 4-1503 of the Homeroom Charter to evaluate and provide recommendations to the Civil Service Commission and the City Council relative to amending the classified pay plan to increase the market rate to minimum and maximum annual salaries of all classes of positions in the Emergency Management Service job series, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,155 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Lions Recreation Center located at 624 Louisiana Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, and the Rosenwald Recreation Center located at 1120 South Broad Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Central City Partnership 11th Annual Corn and Fauché Alumni Classic event on Saturday, April 8, 2023, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,156 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unassigned fund balance to provide for anticipated budget shortfalls after the first quarter budget hearing and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,157 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to utilize fund balance to provide for anticipated budget shortfalls of after the first quarter budget hearings and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance number 34,158 by Councilmember Jeruso by request to amend ordinance number 29-266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to reappropriate American Rescue Plan Act Trench 2 Part 1 funds from other operating to personnel services, reappropriate American Rescue Plan Act Trench Fund 1 funds to the Chief Administrative Office to support the Police Department, K-9 and mounted units to move funding from the Real Timbers Walking Trail to Park and Parkways and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,159 by Councilmember Thomas, an ordinance to grant an amendment to the ordinance number 23-346 MCS zoning docket 6908, which granted a conditional use to permit a large child care center to now authorize the use of the property as a community center in the HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District on Square 844, lots 21A and 22A in the third municipal district bounded by Lazardi Street, Falsall Street, North Press Street, North Roman Street, municipal address 1804 Lazardi Street, and otherwise to provide respects thereto, zoning docket 923. Ordinance calendar number 34-160 by Councilmember Morrell, and ordinance to amend and reordain Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26-413 MCS and subsequent amendments to establish a new interim zoning district to be named the Residential Short-Term Rental Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to establish a temporary prohibition of residential short terms used citywide to prevent any issuance of new residential short-term rental permits or license. The three prohibited use categories include residential short-term rental, small residential short-term rental, large and residential short-term rental partial unit, and otherwise to provide respect thereto, zoning docket 9522. Ordinance calendar 34,161 by Council Members Jeruso and Harris, and ordinance to amend and reordain Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26-413 MCS and subsequent amendments to reestablish the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to require off-street vehicular parking for any increase in the number of existing bedrooms for all properties located in areas generally bounded by Cecil Street, a straight line connecting Cecil Street to Monticello Avenue to Leak Avenue to River Drive to Riverview Drive to East Drive to Chapatula Street, turning north on Jefferson Avenue, turning east on South Claiborne Avenue, turning north on Taladano Street, connecting to Washington Avenue, turning east on Elhart Boulevard, turning north on South Carrollton Avenue, turning east on Tulane Avenue, Airline Highway, connecting to Palmetto Street to Northline Street to Monticello Avenue to Cecil Street, and otherwise to provide thereto, zoning docket 122. Ordinance calendar 34,162 by Councilmember Thomas by request, and ordinance authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Capital Area Corporate Recycling Council for the valuable public purpose of providing electronic waste removal and recycling service, reducing dumping fees, reducing electronic waste in the landfill, and providing greater access to technology to extend the term thereof for 1 year, and to reaffirm the maximum aggregated amount of the compensation of $0 as more fully set forth in Amendment Number 1, form attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,163 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the health department for emergency medical services, to purchase rescue equipment and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,164 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the health department for emergency medical service, to purchase rescue equipment and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,165 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate additional funds to the Jackson Barracks Project unit within the Department of Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control for the purchase of motor vehicles and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,166 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate additional funds to the Jackson Barracks Project unit within the Department of Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control for the purchase of motor vehicles and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,167 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unspent grant funds to the Department of Workforce Development and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,168 by councilmember Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unspent grant funds to the Department of Workforce Development and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,169 by councilmember Jeruso by request, and ordinance to ordain section 7564 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish fees for certain applications to the zoning administration of the Department of Safety and Permits and to provide otherwise with respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,170 by Councilmember Moreno by request, an ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a sub-recipient agreement by and between the City of New Orleans and the medical debt resolution and to utilize $1.3 million in American Rescue Plan funds for the valuable public purpose of addressing economic hardship related to the COVID-19 pandemic by providing assistance to constituents with utility arrearage accrued during the pandemic, as more fully set forth in the agreement attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made part hereof, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,171 by Councilmember King by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economic for Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, and the Bayou Classic events, and to embrace cultural economic initiatives and partnerships and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance number 34,172 by Councilmember King by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the year for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economic for Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, and Bayou Classic events, and to embrace the cultural economic initiatives and partnerships and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,173 by Councilmember King by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economic for marketing, materials, international exchanges, memberships, subscriptions, and events, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,174 by Councilmember King by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economics for marketing material, international exchanges, memberships, subscriptions, and events, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,175 by Councilmember King by request, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for year 2023 to appropriate funds for the Office of Cultural Economic for business development, membership, subscriptions, marketing, and events, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,176 by Councilmember King by request, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the year for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economic for business development, membership, subscriptions, marketing, and events, and otherwise respects thereto. This concludes ordinance on first read.
Thank you. Councilmember Green moves to adjourn, sponsored by St. Aug, seconded by.
Before you adjourn, though, I think we have to call our clerk, Madam President. She is president of the Louisiana Municipal Clerks Association now. And congratulations to her and to all of our colleagues who went, man, wonderful occasion. Paul and staff were there. Councilmember Jeruso, Harris, King, thank you for inviting us. It was a wonderful time.
And we all were scared of you. All right, so again, moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Thomas, 5 yeas, no nays, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Green and Thomas, we were busy. Man, we was.